Good morning. All right, I'm going to give the last few ladies and the sprinkle of gents a chance to sit down. But welcome to the Women in Tech Africa Summit 2024. Today is not only about learning, equipping yourself, and also building yourself up so that you can operate in this dynamic, ever-changing world, but it is also about the heart behind this movement, behind Women in Tech and what they are doing. And in case you missed it, they are on a mission. And their mission is to reach 5 million women and empower them in STEM by 2030. Isn't that incredible? It's absolutely incredible to just bring the girls in, bring the women in, and see us going into different industries. Now, we're going to celebrate and look pretty tonight. Who's coming to the gala? All right, so the flats go off and the heels come up. So tonight is the fun. But if you feel like you want to take photos, please do take photos. We're going to see you in your beauty tonight, but there are some photo booths outside. Please do take photos. All the photos will be made available via Google Drive. You'll get access to the link. And then just a little bit more housekeeping. If you're needing the restroom, we've one over here. But if you're like me and you'd like to take the scenic route, you can pop out that door on your right, walk right down the corridor, and there's some restrooms there as well. We're going to be having our tea break, and we are aiming for about 11:30, so sit tight. Time's going to fly, and we're going to get to 11:30 for our tea break. Our lunch break will be at about 1:45, and it's going to be a packed summit. And so today, make sure you have your name tag on. I see quite a lot of name tags. I don't know if it's an age thing or if you're just sitting very far away, but I can't see the names. But hopefully you meet a few people that you haven't met before today. Hopefully you connect with a few people you haven't connected with before. If you haven't received your Women in Tech merch, please make your way to the table in the break times. Get your bag, get your t-shirt, wear it proudly, because it's not just a brand, it's a mission. It's a movement that you are wearing. So ladies, without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage the people that are really going to introduce what this is all about today. Melissa Slaymaker, the Global Partners Director and Regional Africa Director for Women in Tech, as well as Walani Mabaso, Advisory Board and co-founder of Women in Tech South Africa Chapter, and Erica Reeves, Country Director and Women in Tech South Africa Director of Networkers International.
Good morning, everybody. I am so happy to be here today. You can't really explain how I feel, because I actually spoke to one of the ladies today, Fiona, and she was like, wow, you guys have come a long way. And we have. It's been such an amazing pleasure. It's been a dream of mine to create Women in Tech South Africa. And now I actually get to do it as a full-time day job, so that's even better, to living my purpose. As Lucia said, my name is Melissa Slaymaker, and I have a dual sort of role. So I look after Africa as a regional director, and I also am partnerships director for Global. So today we have a summit. This evening we have an awards. But it's really the glitz and the glam, the cherry on the cake, the tip of the iceberg, because it's not always like this. The why is really around empowering women and also empowering our youth. It's around looking after South Africa, Africa, and the world to make sure that everyone is included in the working world in the future. And technology is really a part of how we create those access points and create the opportunities for everyone to be a part of the future. So Women in Tech, as Lucia mentioned, has a global mission to empower 5 million women and girls in STEAM, so science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths, by 2030. And we are held accountable through the World Economic Forum, reporting to them on a quarterly basis and partnering with organizations globally like UNESCO, like the UN Women, NASA, amazing organizations, and we get to also travel the world and bring some of that knowledge back to South Africa to impact those that are not able to get access or be able to get opportunities as easily as everybody else. So I am so proud today to be looking at the audience and see such a beautiful, diverse, beautiful, energized powerhouses of wonderful women that are going to join us on our summit today. And I just thank you so much for being here. If you give yourselves a big round of applause for being here and making the time. Thank you.
We're actually debating, are you going next or should I go next? Good morning, Cape Town. Guys, come on. Good morning, Dimacheroni. Can we do it one more time? Good morning, Cape Town. It's beautiful to see everybody coming together. But can we just take a moment and remember, we're here, we're not at work. Celebrate being here, except some ABSA people are at work. But we're here, right? But I just want to say welcome to everybody and also just take a moment to celebrate that we're gathering here as Women in Tech South Africa, where South Africa as a country has actually reaffirmed its commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment through the G20 summit that we will be holding in 2025. Can we give that round of applause? And why does that matter, by the way? It actually matters because it says, as a country, but also as Africa, we're taking a moment to take the gender issues and inequality issues that we have as a continent and really saying that we want to be in the forefront. And it actually gives me so much pleasure because if you really look at some of the things that they're going to be focusing on, they're saying that we need to address the critical issue of unpaid work for women. Unpaid work, I know we've got gentlemen who have joined us. Unpaid work means what's for dinner, mommy. It means homework. That's unpaid, right? But again, we're also talking about promotion of financial inclusion. And these things are important because they emphasize the importance for women to have things like land, making sure that they've got strategic assets, making sure that they've got access to property rights as well. And the last one, which is a pandemic currently, not only in South Africa, but in the rest of Africa as well, where we're talking about gender-based violence. We've seen what has happened to some of the women in other countries as well, one burned to death. So as a continent and as South Africa, we're emphasizing the importance of women. But the last one, which excites me, speaks to the need to focus on critical issues. This includes inclusion of women in STEM, which is the reason why we've got Women in Tech and we're here. Can we celebrate that? I think as you sit with us here, remember the agenda. It's really just about making sure that women are in power. I read something interesting the other day where they're saying, can we stop talking about empowering women and actually start saying we are in power? So for the gentlemen who are joining us here, we appreciate you. Will, we appreciate you. Thank you for coming. And enjoy the day today, and we'll see you later tonight. Thank you very much. Erica.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, and Milani, thank you for that. Milani is amazing. She always brings like such a global context around the issues that we are facing. So thank you, Milani, for your insights as always. Just to start off with, I'd like to say a huge big thank you to our platinum sponsor, ABSA, who's enabled both the summit and the awards for this evening. So huge round of applause, please. Okay, and now you've got to keep clapping because we've got some more that we need to do. There's no free lunch for you. So what we also would like to do, none of these events would happen without our partners. So APSA, obviously, as I said, as our main sponsor. But then we also have a number of actual sponsors, as you can see on our banners here, and the side as well. Okay, and they've been really instrumental in helping us on a global basis, and that would be AWS. So a big shout out for AWS. And last but not least, to all the sponsors that have made our awards possible tonight, because for the winners, obviously Women in Tech is a non-for-profit organization, but for our winners, we really try and make an effort to actually get them to go to the global awards. So the sponsorships by our other sponsors for the awards tonight enable those winners to actually attend the global awards, which happen in Paris. So it's an amazing opportunity for these winners to actually be able to attend the global summit, to really have the spotlight shined on them, and to be able to really enjoy and celebrate their achievements. Okay, and hopefully they win for us as well. No pressure. So that's exactly what we're going to do, is really celebrate the amazing achievements of some incredible women tonight, and great to see what they are doing in these fields, because I think the winners that we have, not only are they amazing in their own rights, but they are also creating the role models and are the people that our up-and-coming women can look up to and say, well, if they can do it, I can do it too. And it's those role models that we really, really need, particularly in the tech space, or the STEAM space, to be more precise, so that they know that there are amazing opportunities there, that they choose the right subjects to study at school and university, so that they can go on to have really great, lucrative careers, which obviously have a global impact. Okay, so that's us for today in terms of our sponsors, and just a great big thank you. The last thing I want from my side is just to really have a call to action from all of you, because, you know, I like to make you do stuff as well. But the things we often get asked, what can we do to support women in tech? And it's a challenging thing, because there's a lot of people that want to help us, but it's kind of like, well, how do we get you to help us? Because there's obviously only a small team of us. We all work on a volunteer basis, and you'll see some of the ladies that are there today, so give them a shout out, because it's all done of their own free time. But the things that you can do to help is really in your own right to accelerate action, and accelerate the action of creating and empowering more women and girls in the tech space. And by that, I mean, we have within our global Women in Tech, we have a program which is a mentor and a mentee program. It's a mentorship program. You can sign up and be a mentor, you know, give your skills, your time to up-and-coming women. And it's on a global basis, so you never know who you're going to be paired with. It could be somebody local, it could be somebody that's in a similar field, but there's a great algorithm that pairs you up very nicely. So that's a wonderful way to actually give back. And then, we're obviously always looking for sponsorships. It could be things like old laptops that your company no longer needs. It could be office furniture. So if you have any of those or know of anything, please reach out to us, because those are the things that we can really put to absolutely superb use. And we'll show you a little video just now of some of the things that we've done, and then you'll understand a little bit more about what I'm talking about. And then lastly, in your own companies, be a representative of Women in Tech. We're very happy to support you, and for you to have meetups in your own right, to set up career days with schools, which we can support you with. But those are the activities that each and every one of you can really take and put into action. Reach out to any of the three of us here, and we will be able to help and guide you with those. But we'd really, really like your support in any of those things. And it's not like an everyday thing that you need to do, because we all realize that you've all got jobs and you moms and everything else at the same time. So, you've got to try and fit it in somewhere. But I think the biggest blessing, I think, for the three of us has been the give back that we get from being involved in Women in Tech. For us, it's a passion project. It's something that, speaks from the heart, and makes us feel good every time we do a summit. So this is all cheap thrills for us today, if I can put it according to the words of the song. We really, really enjoy this, and it's spectacular. But please reach out, connect with us, and let's give back and make action accelerate. Thank you. We're going to have a look at a little video clip now, to have a look at a little bit of a tour of some of the things that we've been doing in the course of this year. So enjoy. Jacques, over to you.
Every great innovation begins with a dream, a vision that challenges the present and imagines a better tomorrow. Since the dawn of computing, women have been there, dreaming. Ada, Grace, and countless hidden figures who dared to dream beyond the boundaries set before them. Today, we stand on their shoulders, our dreams amplified by their courage. But the dream isn't just to participate, it's to lead, innovate, and drive change. Women in Tech started with a dream, that of empowering women and girls in STEAM across the world.
So my dream began with a single belief that every woman and girl could unlock their potential in the world of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And Women in Tech is really the embodiment of that dream, reaching across continents, cultures, and communities.
From humble beginnings, Women in Tech is today one of the world's leading organizations for supporting women in STEAM. They work under 4 main pillars: education, business, digital inclusion, and advocacy. Women in Tech has already impacted thousands of people around the world.
Our dream is bold: to empower 5 million women and girls by 2030.
Meeting 7 Sustainable Development Goals.
Together, we're not just dreaming, we are doing.
With the new Women in Tech Hub is a dynamic platform and app connecting members across the world with networking events, mentoring, and job opportunities. Their hard and soft skills programs stretch across continents, equipping individuals with the tools for success in an evolving digital landscape.
Our learning centers stand as safe havens, providing communities with access to computers, Wi-Fi, and training, supporting not just girls and boys, but nurturing potential in everyone.
Through our collective efforts, we champion dreams into reality, where technology empowers all.
From a dream, Women in Tech has become a global movement that is unleashing the full potential of women around the world.
Thank you so much, ladies, for that introduction and really setting the tone for what to expect today. We're kicking off with our very first keynote speaker, and I'm so excited to dive into the insights, the experience, and the wisdom that's going to be shared here today. One of my absolute favorite quotes is by Tony Robbins, and he says, "Identify your problems, but give your power and your energy to the solutions." Now, I know a lot of people who get stuck at just identifying the problems, and they give all their power and their energy consistently to those problems, and they get nowhere. But this movement, what we're doing here today, this is giving our power and energy to the solutions. So every speaker that comes up, every panelist, those nuggets that they share, it's inspiration, it's keys, it's tools to take us closer to where we want to go. I'd like to welcome to the stage today Kanyise Mahlaba, Executive Information Officer, and she's a seasoned professional with over 18 years of diverse experience spanning the telco, retail, hospitality, gaming, and banking sectors. Currently serving as the Executive Information Officer in everyday banking, technology, and operations at ABSA, tasked with redefining the customer experience and bringing possibilities to life for customers. Her leadership and strategic vision continues to drive innovation and operational excellence within the organization. Welcome to the stage, Kanyiswa.
Good morning, everybody. When she was talking, I was like, I don't know that person she's talking about. Is she talking about me? She sounded so fancy, this person that she's talking about. And it's just me, hey? So firstly, I want to say thank you for the invite to come here. It is an honor and a privilege for me to stand here today in this environment where we are not only empowering women, but we are also celebrating the women that have arrived, entered, and are making it in this technology industry. And we so happen to do this in Cape Town. I'm not from Cape Town. I am currently from Mpumalanga, in the beautiful Hazyview from Mpumalanga. But Cape Town has a special place in my heart because this is actually where my schooling journey started and how I was introduced to computers. So my mother, long time ago, was working here in Cape Town, and I'll get to that story now. But before I get there, who is Khanyisa? Khanyisa, as she said, it's that person she's talking about. But for me, Khanyisa is the girl from Eastern Cape, dusty towns of Fort Beaufort. She's a wife, a mother to 2 boys, and a leader to about 300 colleagues that together we make the things that she was mentioning to happen. So today as I talk, I really want to talk about something that unites all of us. I think we've all experienced it. It's the challenges and the barriers that we face in the world of technology and how we can overcome them. So my journey, as I mentioned, started right here in Cape Town. My mother used to work in Piketberg, not so far away from here, and I arrived here in 1996 to visit her and visit her during the holidays, and then the plan was to go back at the end of the holidays, go back to Eastern Cape. But I didn't end up going back. I ended up being an education migrant to Cape Town, like a lot of Eastern Cape people, right? And that is where I got introduced to computers for the first time, because at the place where my mother worked, her then boss had a computer. And I was fascinated by the possibility of this device. Back in the days, it was still a black DOS screen, so you couldn't do much with it. But it sounded so fascinating, the way that he could tell this thing to do whatever he wanted it to do. It was so fascinating for me. And I realized at that point, when I was reflecting on that moment, that it was at that point that I realized that the only barrier between me and this technology is my ability to learn how to speak to it. It's not my gender, it's not my race, it's not my background, it's nothing except my ability to speak to this device. But anyway, I was young, so I just continued with schooling, not bothered about this computer thing because I didn't reflect on it at that point. And as I continued to finish my schooling, get to matric, now I have to go and study. And that's where the real barrier started. And at that point, data tells us that today, only about 30 or 28% of women actually end up in technology. And the first barrier is around education and the access to that education. For me, I had just finished matric, and I needed to go to school. One, my dad didn't really believe that girls should go to university. And the question was, why do you need to go to university? Why can't you be like everybody else? Like, why do you want to go to university? What's with this university thing? So I was faced with a challenge of, one, no support to go to university because the one male figure in my life didn't really believe that girls should go to university. The second challenge that I faced was we didn't have the money to go to university. My mother at the time was a housewife. My dad was the only one working, and we didn't really have the money. The third barrier was I actually didn't know what I was going to study in university, so even if I had the money, I didn't know what I was going to study. But I had, as I said, 2 main things that I had on my side. I had a mother who was determined that I needed to study. She had a sister who was determined to help her get me to school. And the 2 combination was the 2 women that rallied together to get me to varsity. So they rallied the family, they spoke to the uncles and everybody, please contribute, we've got little savings here, we need to help this child get to university, and we'll figure it out, what's going to happen there. And the idea was that if I could just get enough money to register, then we could apply for TEFSA, NSFAS these days, but TEFSA back then. I could apply for that, and then we could continue with education. Then after my mother and her sister had successfully rallied and used up their savings, we had enough money to register. It was, what am I now going to study? I wanted to be a winemaker because, remember, I had studied in Western Cape, so the influence was a little bit different from the Eastern Cape influence, and I wanted to be a winemaker. Try explaining to your Xhosa family that you want to be a winemaker. Like, ufuna ukwenzani? Ufuna uthengisa utywala? Is that what you want to do? So winemaking was not going to happen. And I remember I think it was a newspaper article or something that spoke something about software development. I didn't even know what the software development was. And that memory of that computer was not something that I had connected to at that time. So I said, you know what, I'm going to do the software development because you know what, my dad doesn't understand it. If he doesn't understand it, he can't argue it, and he can't convince me out of it. So yeah, I'm gonna do the software development thing. And I then managed, with the registration money that my mom and her sister had gathered, managed to register and went into software development. And the key that my dad had said was that it's fine, we'll let you go to university, but just know that I'm not funding this whole thing. And number two, if you fail, there's an option. You're going to come back and be a nurse. You know, there's hospitals here. You can be a nurse, so you can come back. And I think I then had to be so determined that I shall not fail. Doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to make this work because, one, if I fail, I have to be a nurse, and I don't think I can be a nurse. And two, I wanted to prove my dad that I could do this and that there is a place for girls to go to university and there's a reason for girls to go to university. All right, all gone happy. I managed to finish school, finished my education, and that's where I think the next barrier came. When I had finished education and I had to enter the world of work. I've got this wonderful, beautiful certificate, and I've graduated, and I moved to Joburg to look for my first job. And I get into my first job, and like everybody else, we face the challenges of you're a young intern, nobody has got time for you. You know, it's just an environment where how do you move from the theory that you've learned at school to the point where you are actually thriving in this environment? And I think the key that I had picked up was the ability to serve others. If you serve others, it comes back in some different way or form. So then I decided that I'm going to start to serve everybody in the team. We've got all these developers and people that know everything. I am going to serve by, one, assisting with anything and everything that needed help in the office. I am going to learn from anybody, and I am going to make time to go and sit with each and everyone and find out, how can I help you today? How can I make your day better today? And I think it was a way, I didn't know at the time, but it was a way that opened so many opportunities for me. One, it opened the opportunities for the colleagues to allow me into the space. So I think the culture in the environment had allowed me into the space. And now today, as I reflect on that day, just as being in the position of power, being in the position of influence, how much space do we create for others to enter? How much opportunities do we allow for others just to come and sit next to us? I'm very busy, right? And I can imagine that everybody here is busy. And the guys at that time were also very busy. But they allowed me to just sit next to them, breathe the air that they breathe, and hopefully I will learn something. And I think from that I learned that if I'm able to serve others, if I open up those opportunities for others, then perhaps I could make it. So come end of that year, the internship was a 12-month internship, and it was going to end at the end of that year. And I had worked so hard. I was so eager. I was diligent. I was doing everything possible to get this job because I believed it would be my next step. I would get this permanent job, and then it would be my next step. I'll continue with my studies, and I'll continue with my life. Guess what? I didn't get the job. Out of all the interns, the one eager one, the one that was helping everyone, the one that was sitting with everyone, didn't get the job, and everybody else did. I remember crying that weekend as I went back home, and I cried. I don't know if it was crying because I was hurt or crying because I was angry. I think it was somewhere in between, crying because how could I not make it? What did I do wrong? I had done all the things that the manual says you must do. I arrived on time at work. I was diligent. I was helping everybody. I had great feedback from everybody. how did I not get this job? And I realize now that everything happens for a reason. We all have our path in life, and everything happens for a reason. Number two, I realized that there's always a next wave, right? So when you fall off this one wave, I fell, I didn't get this job, but there was a next wave. I needed to I think you mentioned that you need to be solution focused. I needed to find another job quickly because this contract has ended, I'm going to be out of a job, so I needed to find another job quickly. And in that process, as demotivated as I was, as questioning myself about, is this really for me? Because if I had worked so hard for this one and I just didn't get it, is there still space for me? But for as many as there are waves in the ocean, there is space for each one of us. If you fall from the one, rise up, there's the next one coming. I looked for my next job. I don't know if it was luck or anything, but I happened to find my next job some time later after that, and it was an amazing job that opened further opportunities for me. So what can I say about that? I say, one, allow space for others to learn. Choose to be resilient. I'm saying choose. I'm not saying, because being resilient, I think it starts with your mind first. Convince your mind and choose to be resilient. I was demotivated to look for a job. I didn't think that this IT thing was maybe for me. I was starting to question that as well. But choosing to be resilient, choosing that I will go and try and find the next wave was what helped me. The next barrier that I faced was the barrier of representation. I think data tells us, and I mean, we are all in tech here, so ChatGPT, I'm sure, has already told us all the data points around, the representation of women in tech. And it's only 20% of women who are represented in executive leadership. And I, for one, never had a woman leader in my career, a direct manager who's a woman. And I also didn't believe that I was capable of leading. So I perpetuated this notion that I couldn't lead. I'm not capable of leading. I don't like people. I'm an introvert, so I don't even like people. So I'm most probably not able to lead. And I carried this barrier. I built it. I polished it every single day. That I can't do this. I am not able to lead. I'll be a specialist. But the organization that I joined, which happens to be the main sponsor today, ABSA, ABSA believed differently, right? ABSA believed specifically that there is a need to grow women leadership or women in leadership. There was a program at the time, it was the Empower Her Woman Advance with Her program, and it was all about empowering women into leadership. And you would be nominated either by your manager or other people to be part of this program. So I was nominated. So when I got into this program, I was like, you guys do what? You want to make leaders? I don't belong here. Me, I'm a specialist. I don't do this leadership thing. And I told everybody and anybody at ABSA who had ears that I don't want to lead. I'm not capable of leading. I don't know how to do this thing. And one afternoon, as I continued to carry this barrier that I finished the program, and it so happened that there were opportunities that availed, and then I got an opportunity, I got the call to come to leadership. And I was like, okay, all right. Again, go back to crying about everything. At this time, I was reflecting on a book. I read the Bible at times. I reflected on Gideon, because Gideon says when he's asked to lead, he says, who am I to lead? My family is the least the least clan in the whole tribes. And I am even the least in my family. And I was like, I am a girl from the dusty streets of Fort Beaufort, Epofolo. It sounds better in Xhosa, Epofolo. You understand how dusty Epofolo is. I am just a girl from Epofolo. Who am I to lead at a JSE-listed company? Who am I to lead this mighty army? And I reflect on that. Whenever imposter comes, I go back to, I am here, I am empowered by this organization. I have leaders that are here to support. I have everybody that is rooting for me. Why do I say no? How will that statistics of there's only 20% women in leadership, in executive leadership, how will that change if I, together with others who are getting opportunities, keep saying no because we feel we are incapable? How will we change that statistic? And then that's how I agreed to lead. Whether it's working out or not is a different story, but I agreed to lead and I'm enjoying it so much. So ladies, I think I can talk a lot about all the challenges that we face. But in everything that we face, I think the only things that I can sum up is, one, it's possible. Choose to be part of the game. As hard as it is, decide to be part of the game. It's not going to be easy, but guess what? You have the power to overcome. Any challenge, you have the power to overcome. Keep believing and betting on yourself. There were so many times when I wanted to give up, like everybody else, most probably. But the ability to keep believing in self. And I'm saying keep believing, not keep feeling, because feelings, but keep believing in self. Be resilient and be agile. Keep finding the next wave to ride. Even when things don't go right, find the next wave to ride. Choose again to be resilient. Lastly, I'd also want to say, find your own rhythm. I did mention that I'm a mother of 2 boys. It's not an easy balance. I live in Mpumalanga, I actually work in Joburg. So it's a whole maneuver. But the reason even choosing to stay in Mpumalanga is because I wanted to find my own balance. I wanted to find the environment that suits me, the environment that will make me to thrive, because I've got support, I've got all the things that I need in that environment as compared to elsewhere. So find your own rhythm, whatever that is for you, find your own rhythm. And then in closing, I really want to say, all of us here have got that opportunity to do something. You are talented, you are gifted, you've got the ability to learn. And because of that, I, for one, am filled with hope that we, together here, can change the status quo. We can break these barriers, and we can thrive in the world of technology. So to you, I say, keep breaking those barriers that you put for yourself. Keep challenging the things that you challenge for yourself. And keep believing that the tech world needs you. It needs your voice, it needs your talent, and it needs your leadership. Bet on yourself, bet on others, and stay in the game, because your story matters. Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much. There's a few things that you touched on that I absolutely loved, and I'm sure you did too. I love that when women rally together, the mom and the aunt made magic happen. When women start rallying, things happen. And so with us here, let's not just have a day, let's start a rally. What are we rallying for? I also loved your heart for serving. And the heart for serving makes you a natural leader. Because leadership's not really about being a piece of art that everybody looks at. Leadership is about being the light. And when the light goes in or goes on in the room, immediately everyone else knows what to do. That's true leadership. Serving, showing the way, highlighting the obstacles, and giving the map to get around it. So thank you so much. We've got an incredible video that I'd like to draw your attention to the screens to watch. And the platinum sponsor for today, being ABSA, with Women in Tech, have done some amazing things throughout 2024. Initiatives, impact was made. And so turn your attention to the screens and let's look at some of the highlights from the past few months.
Women in Tech have been working closely with ABSA over the last year. One of our most impactful initiatives is the IT Learning Center at Philippi Village. Here we have free access to computers, Wi-Fi, and digital skills training for youth from the surrounding areas including Gugulethu, Crossroads, Mandalay, and Nyanga. ABSA sponsors the center that creates a sustainable, safe environment for entrepreneurs to learn new skills and to attend workshops facilitated by ABSA volunteers. Together, we have impacted over 6,000 individuals in just this year. Our school career days inspire the young minds of children to take up STEM careers. Our speakers share their career journeys that show that you can be anything you set your mind to. Our meetups bring together insightful speakers and women from different industry sectors and organizations to connect and network. APSA have been actively involved during our Women in Tech meetups and sponsored our annual Johannesburg event. Many informative topics of discussions were had, but a real highlight was Ina Stein's talk on cybersecurity. Our Women in Tech first Africa virtual meetup was held in association with APSA and was a huge success, connecting over 2,000 participants virtually. APSA sponsored the AWS Cloud Certification Program, which saw 130 unemployed women from South Africa, Zambia, and Kenya get AWS Cloud Practitioners certified. Thank you, APSA, for being part of the Women in Tech South Africa story.
I heard that the backdrop was going to be a little bit red, so I thought if I also wear red, maybe I'll fade into the back, when I'm not doing the MC duties. It didn't quite work, so you find me backstage when I'm not speaking. Kanyisa mentioned so lovely that her mom and her aunt rallied together. And magic happens when women rally together. And so when a group of women are aimed at equipping, connecting, inspiring, then there's some magic that we have to dive into and receive. We're going to have our first panel. It's a group of women sitting up here, focused on giving you the information you need to make magic happen. I'd like to introduce the moderator for this panel, Joanne Pohl, the Associate Director of Kearney, and the topic for our very first panel today, Generative AI, Shaping Tomorrow's Innovation Today. Welcome to the stage, Joanne.
Good morning, everyone, and it's really great to be here in the bustling metropolis of Cape Town. Generative AI has the potential to transform business operations, create significant value, and encourages us to reimagine tomorrow with a regenerative mindset and the resilience that we choose, and as Kanisa said, the ability to choose to be a part of something as well. In 2022, in March, the European Business Review did an article that warned of the AI boom. But AI has truly become red hot. If we think about the birth of many large language models, the launch of Apple AI Intelligence, and the booming demand for GPUs, in this mania, investors have really started not only to pour money into this, NVIDIA is a good example, with $3 trillion as market value, but also they're fighting to invest in new AI and in the new darlings, with a private equity-backed investment multiplying tenfold based on the stats in the last year, so September to September. With that backdrop, welcome everyone to our first panel, an exciting one on generative AI, shaping tomorrow's innovations today. And today our esteemed panelists will dive into what that means for us, and particularly proud to include a woman, as mentioned, of various industries in this conversation to ensure it's rich and diverse and hopefully leave you wanting for a little bit more. So I'm going to start with Narishka Bowen. Please join me on stage. She's an expert in AI and privacy law, specializes in simplifying complex tech topics for legal professionals. She's also the founder of the Lit Institute and empowers mid-career professionals to innovate, to stay ahead of the curve in a very rapidly evolving tech landscape. She's got deep experience in the privacy law and a passion for education, and is a sought-after speaker. I think the trainer is almost more important from an enabling perspective, and the intersection that she plays in straddles law, AI, and innovation. Welcome. Thank you. Ayesha Bayat, please join me on stage. She's a dynamic digital media strategist. She's a CA, CPA, and I say that because I think often it's not a typical chartered accountant is what you hear in the backdrop, but a remarkable career dedicated to empowering individuals and businesses through your innovative solutions. You've got the visionary founder of Digi Youth Africa, an organization committed to integrating digital tools and platforms to prepare our young people for a tech-driven world. She also founded Mesh Ed Solutions. This equips employees with essential skills for an ever-evolving workplace. And then the Chrysalis Media is a boutique social media space that excels in managing and executing on strategic context for campaigns in this. So full suite offering. Welcome to you, Ayesha. Leora. So Leora Hessen is a pioneering entrepreneur. She's an advocate for blending technology and the arts. She co-founded Art Jamming in South Africa, somewhere my team and family frequently go to in terms of inspiration, next steps. She makes art accessible for all. And with over 30 years of fashion and art experience in those industries, she's spent and played significant roles. She's also founded Lulu Accessories and Shoes, Fred Susua Clothing, and empowers African artists through an African NFT art collective. She's earned recognition in the Web3 space as an example, and her community service is evident, both in the leadership roles in organizations, but in how she's brought our art to the fore. So welcome. Kamotso Welcome works for AWS. She's an organization with over 1 billion members. She's a solutions architect based here at your home in Cape Town, and assists our African customers in their cloud transformation journeys. She's had a strong focus on artificial intelligence and machine learning, and it emphasizes, very importantly, responsible AI and ethical AI. Very passionate about leveraging technical expertise and industry knowledge in driving positive change. She's empowered African businesses and communities to harness the transformative power of cloud, AI, and ML technologies, taking what we do in Africa to the world. Welcome to you. And then our final panelist, Lavina, and I just need to sense check if she's in the audience because she's flying in from Kenya. So she will definitely be here today, but I think it's been slightly delayed. So just in terms of going to find her in the break, which I think is important all throughout the day, she's very much dedicated to harnessing technology and unlocking good as well as potential. She's a top 10 leader in AI globally and what we call a full stack human. And I say that because of her expertise in psychology, technology, and economics, and bringing that together in quite an insightful space. And she's known as hashtag and works through hashtag AI Mom. So when she gets here, please make sure at the tea break to introduce yourselves. I'll help you do that too. But I think let's get going. I'm going to sit here. The help is amazing here. That's so good. Thanks, Erica. So I think just to kick off the session, and maybe off the back of what Kanisa shared a little bit earlier in terms of her own story, but I could start with you, Aisha, if that's possible, just in terms of some next steps. We talked about these opportunities, but ultimately the best opportunities are those ones that actually solve user issues. So they create at least a buy-side market. There's an argument to say that Gen AI won't give companies a competitive edge. It will rather amplify potentially what they have. So maybe a question to you around how do you see Gen AI transforming traditional industries? Which sector do you believe will actually benefit the most in the future?
So we play a lot in the entrepreneurial space for township entrepreneurs and in the high schools. And the areas that I particularly am excited to see changes in is in the healthcare sector and in education. In the healthcare sector, leveraging telemedicine to help ease the burden at public clinics and seeing how this can actually ease the burden in terms of resource allocation as well and increase your engagement for patients. So similarly, for example, how you go into a casualty ward and you're assigned a color based on how urgent your case is, using virtual assistants, telemedicine virtual assistants, and then assigning sort of a structure in terms of how are they going to approach a system to allocate services to patients. And in the educational sector, which really excites me because we run a lot of workshops at high schools, I foresee a hybrid approach, especially with the burden that we see in terms of the ratio of teachers to students, amplifying the delivery of services in underprivileged and underserved areas.
So I think it takes financial inclusion, medical inclusion, the opportunity for access to a whole new level
Absolutely.
in terms of AI for good.
Absolutely.
And I think the opportunity to develop and create that is part of what comes next. And maybe that will take me then to a question to you, Leora. If you mentioned the combination to some degree of the impact on people and what AI can do, in your space, some successful examples maybe of the collaboration between humans and AI that have led to significant advancements. It seems to be there is some risk around people thinking it's humans or AI. So your thoughts on that based on the feedback that Ayesha has just shared?
So, yeah, I love that question. Thank you. I find I work in the art space, but I don't only work in the art space. I work as well in the education space, and I do a lot, like Aisha was talking about now, with people in healthcare as well, the healthcare industry. And in any space, never mind what industry it is, there has to be collaboration between humans and AI, especially skills like critical thinking and intuition. You need to know when to trust the AI as well. It's a very important skill that you need to have. And our children need to learn as well, intuition and critical thinking, because AI can do a lot. It's the most amazing tool invented, but we need to know how to use it and how to use it correctly and when to trust it. And trust is something that an AI can't teach you. Intuition is something an AI can't teach you. So I think there needs to be a collaboration between humans and AI when it comes to things like intuition is a really important skill that people need to have.
Can you give us some examples of that in the education?
So in education, you need to know especially what you're looking at. Is it fake news or not? Just this morning, for example, I woke up to some messages wishing me happy birthday. It's not my birthday today. Facebook told people for some reason it's my birthday today, and on top of it, I'm 34 years old. So
Thank that.
I think I'm going to take it. But anyway, but you need to know, is it fake news or not? You know, when you're looking at a piece of art or an advert or even a news clip, is it fake or is it not? Your intuition, you need to be able to trust it, to know what you're looking at, is it fake or real? So I think that's a really important thing that people need to know.
So it almost combines, so Robert Cooper said, wrote a book about the other 90%, which says you should use your head, your heart, and your gut, so all three brains. It's one of those brains then, with your head and your gut, or your heart and your gut still very much part of your intuition component and trust. Which brings me maybe to you, Narishka, and I think given your experience specifically around the regulatory space, but also what gives us guidelines, more specifically to your point, if I pick up on your example, what about the event of errors or biases in AI-generated content? Although 34 is not an error.
It's a big 15 years
when that
error.
happens, like, who is actually held liable? How do legal frameworks adapt to address those types of issues?
Sure. So, I mean, have you ever heard of the law or regulation being described as innovative, agile, fast-paced, disruptive?
That's a no.
Never.
I think that's
really? But the world that we live in, the tech that we have, the AI that we have is ever-changing. I mean, literally every day there's some massive announcement, some huge development. And at the same time, we have, regulators and legislators trying to apply these laws that were drafted years ago before we even dreamed of what ChatGPT could look like. Now we are now trying to backwards apply these laws to these technologies that we have. And so it ends up giving us these very interesting scenarios that we find ourselves in, because we have these issues that the time when the laws were drafted, we could not even comprehend. It's not the first time we're facing this. I'll give you another local example quickly. The Film and Publications Act, which was drafted in the mid-90s, went into a lot of detail in the regulations around DVDs and the size of the triangle with the parental guidance and what color it must be, lovely things. And then all of a sudden we have a Netflix and a Showmax and all these streaming things who now must comply with the regulations drafted in the 90s into this world. And so we find that coming to loggerheads time and time again. And now AI, because it's so broad, is hitting multiple different regulations at the same time. So one of the obvious ones is data protection, because you can't have AI without data. And then when you have large data sets, almost impossible that you're not going to have personal information somewhere up in the mix. And once you trigger that, then you open your personal information regulation. Locally, we have our Protection of Personal Information Act. Globally, we have the GDPR, and every jurisdiction has their flavor of that regulation that you have to figure out how to comply with. Now, we've come so far already with AI developments. Regulators have kind of said, yeah, the way these things were trained probably didn't comply with our laws, but to go back and start again, think about the environmental impact, the cost implications. We actually don't even have all of those billions of dollars to start again. And so we're not taking a concrete stand to stop it because it's against our law, but we're kind of just, I guess, seeing where we end up. Now, coming back to liability, these are also questions we've never had before, because now all of a sudden we're deploying these tools without understanding all the full risks involved. When we build an internal AI system, there's a lot more control, right? We know where the data came from. We can do quality assurance. We can do a lot of testing, find the biases and the discrimination, and we can kind of take steps to mitigate against that. Now we're bringing tools that have been trained somewhere out there by someone with basically the information available in the internet, and we're now deploying those tools in our environment, and we've now lost control because they're coming in with outside biases. And now there's two important biases to look at. There's one, the bias of the data. Now remember, we can't even audit that data because first of all, it's just impossibly large. And second of all, the people who train the models are not going to give us and even tell us. They don't even acknowledge sometimes in interviews where the data comes from. They're very opaque about that. So we've got the underlying bias in the data. And also remember, this data is very Western-centric. So if we're now trying to apply to our local context, it's going to be incredibly skewed to a Western environment, and we're just going to further perpetuate all of that bias. And then it's also the people who build the tools. Each of the tools that you use has the philosophy of the founders and their bias, their worldview, their political opinion also built into it. You're also bringing that bias into your, to test that, you can give the same prompt, an edgy prompt to various tools. Some will answer, some will say, I'm not authorized to, they'll give you that little line. That now you basically identifying this creator decided to put a guardrail here. This one didn't. So for example, take Elon Musk's Grok. There you can actually make a meme of Donald Trump or some other famous person. Try doing that with another image creator. As soon as you put in a known person, it's going to give you a stop. I know, very, very complicated story to say, when it comes to liability, don't think you're going to be able to pass off that liability to the creators of the tool. Ultimately, you as the user deciding to pick up that tool, whether it's for a work purpose or a personal purpose, whatever you're doing with it, the ultimate liability is going to come back to you, whether it's a bias issue, whether it's a discrimination issue, whether it's a defamation issue, whether it's an intellectual property issue, a privacy issue. It is going to land in your lap because you now the user, you prompted it, you have the output, and now you are using that output somewhere in the world. So just remember that. Don't think you're gonna get safety from the tools for liability.
And I think that's such a valid point around you chose, again, the word choice comes through, to use it, then chose how to disclose that you've used it, and that's become more and more important. Even with some of the King codes now, they're looking at whether or not you need to actually comply with the fact that you need to state you use generative AI in the reports that you've done, in documents you've issued, etc. So there's far more, almost collective accountability, but there will be an individual piece that this will ultimately land up with.
Just to add on the transparency piece, so we're now also getting, in addition to our existing regulations like IP and data protection, we're getting AI-specific regulation coming up. So we have the EU AI Act, which is bringing a transparency regulation. So now it's going to be black and white. Yes, you have to tell us, if I'm talking to a voice bot or whatever it is going to be education, AI literacy obligations coming in there, risk rating of AI products coming in there. So it's going to be very interesting now as we still we haven't even figured out how to apply our existing regulations to AI. Now we have to also add on the AI-specific regulations to that.
And I think that touches on the intersectionality in regulations. So the European Union, Europe has also issued their new disability inclusion regulations and disclosure pieces, and accessibility links to AI. So all of the regulations are starting to touch each other at some point, but to what you've raised now, the ability to work out how it applies to you and be a good corporate citizen, be conscious of actually your underlying moral compass to a large degree in terms of what's right. So that also brings us then to maybe you, Khomotso, in your AWS space, because we talked about data privacy, etc. I think in this day and age, it's not if there is a data breach, rather when there is a data breach, and how do you react as a case study. But generative AI continues to advance, right, to integrate much more into your cloud environment, to your point around either internally created or externally leveraged. What are the primary security challenges we have to consider and address to ensure at least a safe and ethical environment, or that the guardrails that Mariska mentioned are actually available?
So one of the biggest ways that we see, or one of the biggest ways that we at AWS encourage sort of like this collaboration, and it goes back to a shared form of responsibility model around how data is used and in that intersection. So some of the ways in which we encourage companies is for them to be accountable of ways in which they're collecting data, storing the data, and how it's been used. And also with a lot of laws that are coming through these days, there's also this whole transparency push to inform customers that if you are going to be signing up to use this technology, a person, the end user on the other side, needs to know and understand what their data was used for, how it was shared across different companies. And you also see other laws, like the POPIA Act, for example, bringing in that piece, enforcing companies to work together and make sure that you're protecting customer data, you're storing the customer data in the right way, and also customers even know how their data is being used. So it goes back to how are different companies using this data and protecting it in a way that allows people to know what it's being used for, and also in ways that makes it easy for them to access the data as well.
And also being almost proactive around testing the security of the system. There's physical, there's also internal elements around that in organizations, external in the spaces. So I think, to your point, it's a holistic piece. It's almost the ecosystem needs to be accountable, but are there specific primary security challenges that, from a cloud perspective, have come to light even more with generative AI in your space for AWS?
There's this whole notion of, people still believe that like the cloud is in the actual cloud, when it's actually not. So you see a lot of concerns specifically around companies wanting to know where the data is stored and not being able to access that data, and how we go about securing that data, right? And we always take it back to being able to bring in different types of auditors to make sure that the data is stored safe and protected. And you can't necessarily have data from ABSA. Like, I don't want someone from Nedbank going to an Amazon data center to go look for my information when I'm an ABSA customer, right? So it goes back to, well, there's this whole security that we have in place, and we do follow the laws and the regulations in place to make sure that your data is safe and that it's only accessed by the people that need to access it. However, you still are very much accountable of how you use it to make sure that you're implementing it in the right ways for your products.
So as for the cloud, I'll look up a lot later. So maybe if we come back to you, Ayesha, because it's come up in the feedback from all of you, actually, to some degree, in terms of the level of education required, the workplace piece. Maybe talk a little bit more about mesh edge solutions, or just in terms of your Digi Youth piece, how you're equipping individuals, either the youth or those in the workplace, for this ever-evolving workplace in terms of what's expected of you, what you should be knowing. It's one thing being curious, it's about where do you find information to maybe close the gap.
I think the key factor here is empowering individuals with the information and how to disseminate that information. Because we work a lot in township communities and the lower quintile schools, the biggest challenge that we have found is the language barrier. And that has been a key factor in actually utilizing these large, these LLMs and generative AI tools. So we're partnering with, and we're actively seeking out partners to actually overcome this hurdle. And it's quite exciting because we work with a cohort of about 30 township entrepreneurs and taking them, assisting them in taking them to, giving them access to market. And one of the key challenges that we found is, whilst we're able to say, okay, fine, we have these tools to assist you in your business, the language barrier then becomes an issue. And finding these partners now who are able to actually overcome this has really helped us to collaborate with them, number one, and to build out tools which are able to incorporate the different tools that have already been developed, but then be able to translate it into their home languages. That has been a game changer for us and something we're really excited as we move forward with our cohort of township entrepreneurs. On the same point, with regards to the high school students, we've adopted we take an interpreter with us to the schools because their first language and the language of study is English. So at the same time, we need to be able to bridge that gap and help to bridge the digital divide at the same time. So a lot of the time, we're actually plugging into existing tools and then seeing how do we make it relevant to our local context. And that's what's important. And leaning into what has already been mentioned by Narushka, about biases. For example, if you are aware of Chat Black GPT, which I've worked on the beta format of it, and Erin Redico actually developed this tool in collaboration with ChatGPT. The nuances in answers that you're getting, the responses that you're getting are vastly different because it takes into account the context into which it's being applied and also the biases which you will find in ChatGPT. And I would recommend that you definitely test it out because I was actually quite blown away in testing it out myself to see that it was able to look at an image and then interpret it, and the interpretation that I received from ChatGPT was very biased, very one-sided, whereas Chat Black GPT was able to identify the prejudice and the different nuances that were relevant in actually producing a more informative solution and a more informative answer.
Interesting that you say that. Someone said to me once, it's not incorrect, because there's a bias, and from a specific Western perspective, it may be correct. It's incomplete.
Absolutely.
And so you're recommending that actually when we test the other options, so that's also on us to be curious and understand what's out there, to assess the nuances, and that's where the combination of the people, the human, and the tech is quite key in this regard.
Yes, and that's why one of the key, the underlying ways in which Shared Solution actually approaches dealing with how companies are leveraging AI within their companies is a human-centric approach to technology and AI. Because without the people, it cannot be effective enough, and you want to run productive, efficient businesses, but you need to make sure that you understand that at the end of the day, it's the people that are running it at the back end.
And that's where the security, the control, the ethics, the pieces all integrate to creating that trust piece. So I love that example. I'm going to go spend a bit more time on Chat Black GPT. Leora, maybe just come back to you then, because we spoke about this lifting the lid on the vernacular, right? The language barrier being a key concern. How have you seen creativity or innovation almost bridge that gap to a degree, specifically with generative AI?
So we're very lucky to be able to, the tools available to us, which are multilingual tools, multilingual AI tools. So I'm actually working with some schools at the moment. We're developing chatbots as tutors for students, but they're multilingual chatbots. So if a kid is learning in their language, they can ask the chatbot the questions in their own language and according to how they're learning. So it's individualized, but it's for everyone. And it's leveling the playing field because it's not only in Western languages, it's in any language. It's basically in any language. And I think that has made a massive difference. And every day, it's getting more and more advanced. So whether it's education or healthcare or whatever it is, if you have the ability to have your AI-powered assistants who can help you in multilingual formats, I think that will level the playing field for a lot of people, especially in developing countries still.
Because I think if you're using all your energy almost just to survive, to translate, to confirm, etc., you have limited opportunity to be creative or to think differently or think out of the box. Which brings me back to you, Khomotso, in terms of the AWS piece. What are the most exciting applications? We talked about the ethics, the risks, the spaces, but what have you seen with Gen AI that's worked at AWS or beyond? What are you excited about for the future?
So there's quite a lot that has been done by different companies that use AWS tools, but I think one of the ones that I've seen in our local context, not only just also from an AWS perspective, but from other cloud providers' perspectives is going back to bringing in that language piece into our technologies today. So there's different companies, different groups, such as Botlhale AI, and they recently released a few models in collaboration with DSTV for people to be able to use the chatbot in our native South African languages, which has become a massive thing for people in the industry. I mean, imagine back at home, I'm from Sharpeville. At home, we speak Sesotho natively, and I trust my language more than I trust English. So I want to know what's going on DSTV in my own home language better than in English, right? And then there's also quite a lot that's being done by academics in the field as well in terms of using such language capabilities and technologies by creating data sets that are a bit more for other languages. So a big problem in implementing languages within technology is that most of the African languages are not documented. And therefore, you see less and less of them being used in technology today. So what one of the academics is doing is bringing people from different fields also with different specialties like your linguists, academia, your normal everyday users of technology to create those data sets that can then be used in AI and Gen AI tools today. So yeah, there's quite I know it's not as exciting as maybe in art or in creative spaces, but we also do still want to see some of those issues that address, or we want to see people addressing issues that really impact Africans and how we use technology today.
I think it's innovative and exciting when you help orchestrate change.
Definitely.
Don't undersell that in the spaces. And very good examples of what's practically possible, right?
Yeah.
And that was the space in terms of the new darlings. What do they look like and how do they operate? So I think coming back then to the enabling environment and from a legal perspective, because you referenced DSTV and you trust your language more than English, for example. We talked about fake news and birthdays. How, Nurishka, maybe from your experience, what can we do when we look at these new innovations or experience them to understand what's real, what's not?
I feel like we've passed that threshold now where we can trust our senses. Before, you could have said, oh, I saw a video of it, so it must be true. I saw this picture and it must be true. Oh, I read X, a poster, so it must be true. And I think now with all the tools we have readily available and the quality of the outputs, we've kind of passed that threshold where seeing is believing. We have to now move into the age of critical thinking and critically assess what we see and apply a level of thought to it before we just blindly believe what's before our eyes. Yes, maybe a year ago, if you saw an AI-generated image, there might have been, like a sixth finger or something funny over here. There was always like a tell. But we've got to a place now where those tells are becoming less and less obvious. We're now getting to a stage where video generation is getting so good. At the moment, maybe a couple of seconds of really high quality stuff. But as these models keep improving, we're gonna see that just get larger and larger, and that ability become more and more scary. So as we enter to this field, we do have laws protecting us. So for example, in our Cybercrimes Act, if somebody had to do, what it's called revenge porn of you and create some fake thing and put it on the internet, yes, there's criminal sanctions available for that. However, anything on the internet is very difficult to prosecute. So yes, you may have in black and white the ability to, take action, but actually finding out who is behind somebody, we're putting that evidence in place, actually getting a prosecutor to prosecute that case, getting police to investigate that case, all of these practical issues are still, very, very, very difficult. So what I would say in terms of, you going forward, I feel like there is a big need now for places of truth on the internet. So we need to find what we believe is our places of truth. They could be journalists, they could be influential people we follow, and if we see these people post something, we should say, okay, this is now a believable source, a vetted source that I can believe in, and this must be true. If it's just coming from, whoever on the internet, let me just take this information with a grain of salt. Let me not just repost it because it looks exciting. Let me not be the one to further spread the misinformation, to further spread the fake news. Because sometimes you think, oh, it's everywhere, it must be true, right? No, it's everywhere because somebody thought this sounds exciting. Let me like, let me repost, let me da-da-da. And that's how things go viral so quickly, even when they're completely fake. So we have to be, we have to be kind of responsible online citizens ourselves, not be part of the problem, and try and apply that level of critical thought to what we do.
So I like that shift from influencer in this day and age to a space of truth with a healthy dose of skepticism. So there is an element of your curiosity really taking a lens on, is this plausible, possible, accurate, correct? And I think at one point I heard you speak in a previous summit where you said the shift in journalism and what it means to investigate the source has become more and more important.
I mean, some of our journalistic houses are even guilty of this because they are so eager to break, be the first to break the news that they also further perpetuate the fake news. So, I think there's an ethical duty and a responsibility on them to make sure that these are reliable sources before pushing that, because we, as the public, kind of look to them as reliable sources of truth.
So the fact base is just as important as the gut feel or the first to market and the pieces, which I think is really, really key. What you've said here in terms of social media, the online citizen, etc. Maybe if I can ask you, Ayesh, given your marketing media, your campaign spaces, how do you maintain that without the wanting to be first to market or wanting to campaign to be a front runner? How do you balance that with your clients from an AI perspective, and how do you leverage AI to potentially do that?
I think a level of restraint. There has to, and clients are not very, having those conversations, there's always this eagerness to just push out something first without actually applying themselves and applying that level of restraint. And I think having those conversations is important, and leveraging of the type of information, sharing that information that Nirushka has just spoken about, sharing that and explaining why we need to approach digital marketing campaigns in a specific manner is important, and awareness is important. And I think as we move along and as AI becomes more pervasive, I think we are educating and making the larger population more aware of what is possible out there and what the risks are that we are exposing ourselves to. And that is how I engage with my clients. And there's a tendency also, they're like, why can't you just do it on AI? Why do we have to actually go and get a model? There's this tendency to want to obviously use AI more in their marketing campaigns, as opposed to using legitimate actual products or people and models in there, and there's this move towards that. And there's a level of authenticity which I think is being lost at the same time, and having our clients understand that it depends, what does your brand stand for? What are your values? What do you want your clients and customers to feel when they see this? And know that, is it real, or is it something that you're perpetuating, an illusion of sorts? And we speak about hallucinations and deep fakes as well. And are you perpetuating that? And it's a challenge that we face on a daily basis, but education and awareness is key.
I just want to add a story about hallucinations that I came across this week, which I think is quite important to share. There was a story where an expert witness in a case used Copilot to draft his document, his paper that he was going to submit to the court. So expert witnesses are often called in on a particular point to assist the judge in coming to a conclusion, because the judge is obviously not expertise in every area of life. So there may be a medical witness required or an engineer, whatever it might be. So this person had to do some calculations and so forth and submit the report to the court. Used Copilot in assisting to draft this report, submitted it, and then it came out that this paper was filled with hallucinations, especially around some of the damages calculations and a few other things that were taken into account in this paper. And of course, the expert witness did not fact-check everything that Copilot drafted for him and just submitted this to court. Now, just think about the scenario. This is a court case. Evidence is required. The judge is hiring a professional person coming from a professional capacity to provide the court with evidence to help, either side of the case, who then just uses an AI to do their work for them, doesn't properly check it, that gets end up in the court. Now the judge must rely on this. So this is where we're sitting. People are blindly relying on these tools because it's so easy, it's so quick, and on first glance, everything looks perfect, right? It's only when you get into the weeds, into the details, that these little misnomers start to come up. So just word of caution. I know because everybody's job is authorized Copilot, we're all using it, and we think, oh, it's safe because IT's approved it, security's approved it, let's just draft all our stuff with it. Just word of caution.
And I think building on your word of caution around how you use it, if you did multiple prompts from an education perspective, if you tested the results and they're not all the same, that allows you to actually take a step back and reflect, does this make sense, and how do you validate, to your point? Because in that case, evidence potentially thrown out in the court case impacted. No, you're nodding visually. I want to ask a question maybe just about art and generative AI and your African NFT platform. Have you seen it impact creativity in the sense that it's improved or enhanced it, or it's run the risk of being replicable and no longer as authentic, to the word that I used as we used to see?
So that is why I was nodding, because I
I
loved what Aisha was saying about authenticity and using real life models and maybe real life people to generate soundtracks and things like that, which is amazing if your client has the budget for that. But at the same time, if you're dealing with a small company who doesn't have the budget and previously would never have been able to generate a social media campaign, for example, they now have the tools and the ability to do that at zero cost almost to themselves, or very little cost, generate their own social media campaigns and be able to play in the same space as a big corporate in terms of their advertising and media, digital media that's out there, because these tools are available to them. It might not be a real live human, but they couldn't have done it a year ago with real live humans because they couldn't afford to pay them. So I think that these tools, when it comes to creating art and the equivalent of the Mona Lisa, anyone can do that, and it's not going to be authentic, and it's going to be fun and sweet and nice. But when it comes to maybe saving your business even, because you now have the ability to market it, I think that's where those tools come in, and that's where you'll be able to level a playing field.
So it's a double-edged sword, right? Being able to go to market with the right thing, underpinned by authenticity, ethically appropriate, etc., within the guardrails that are out there, which again then comes down to how the human applies the AI versus how the AI is applied. So this combination of the two. From your side, Kamotso, because we spoke about this piece around what you're excited about, what AWS is doing, what you're seeing clients do in the space, what word from the transformation journeys you've been a part of, what have probably been the most, or the key success factors you've seen in this transition to cloud with AI at the forefront?
I think maybe also it resonates to me from a personal perspective. Earlier on, we mentioned that a lot of the AI tools that we're seeing are very much based on Western values. And one of the ways, or one of the key successes I've seen is an organization that decided that they're going to create a whole, or their whole messaging is more around African values. So whatever large language models they produce or whatever products that they make, they're making them easily accessible to other people. And that goes back to that whole concept of African unity and being able to share with your counterparts or with the community. So most of the successes that I've been focused on is really around how are we bringing out our values in these tools? How are we implementing some of our values in them? How are we respecting other cultures in them? Like, before you even go out and put out a product, are you even asking people about, do you guys really want this? What are some of those things that we are exposing to certain cultures that are not supposed to be out there? So it's more around the success of us bringing our own values in them and also making sure that we're creating products for ourselves. I think it's about time that we, instead of having helmets that are made for round, nice heads, we want helmets that can accommodate big, nice afros and big hairstyles, right? So it's more around, let's bring it to ourselves and make it for ourselves and make sure that we are seeing our values through it.
I love that around the ability we have to reshape the African narrative, solving for local issues or local problems that have global expert opportunities in that space. So I'm going to ask each of you, you've got time to think about it, to give me a 30-second soundbite on a key takeaway around your AI for today that is impacting innovations for tomorrow. But before that, I want to leave you with this quote from Stephen Hawking as you reflect on that point. There is immense potential in AI, right? And it needs to be responsibly applied from a technology perspective. And he said, the rise of powerful AI will either be the best or the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. We do not know which one yet. So with that, 30 seconds from you around why it could be the best, because we're ending on a positive note, a call to action, and why us or we in the room can choose. I'll start with you, Leora.
Oh. So I think for me, the best thing about AI is that it doesn't judge you on who you are. It doesn't judge your gender. It doesn't judge your age. It doesn't judge your ability. It's what you're putting in there to get out the best results for yourself or to get out the best results for the market, whatever. So it's not judging, are you a 34-year-old woman? It's judging, you're purely going to be judged on the results that it's generated.
No judgment. I like that. Komotso.
So good ones, right? Best ways in which, yeah. Think about it in a way that you need to really ask yourself the question of why are you using AI? Are you using it because you really want to solve a problem for yourself? Some of the people, or a lot of people and a lot of companies these days are using AI because they want to go out and be the first out there. Why are you being that first? So bring it back to your own brand in terms of what are we solving for our brand to be the first? Are we being the first in allowing languages to be a part of tech, right? Or, yeah, so think about your brand, why you're being the first, and how are you solving people's problems.
So relevant AI.
Yes, relevant AI.
With purpose. Aisha.
I think for me the most exciting thing is that in areas where previously the playing field was not leveled, we're now going to see changes there. And that for me is going to be the most exciting, leveling the playing field in different sectors and different industries and allowing people to play at the same level, like Leora has mentioned, and giving access to market at the same time.
It's an infinite game now, which is good.
I think there's a lot of fear around being replaced by AI, and I want to just take a moment to say, don't be afraid. If you remember your humanness, what it means to be a human, what it means to connect with others, what it means to have empathy for the next person, the fact that we could have been online listening to this information, but we chose to be here in this space to share this energy field with each other. It means something. And it can't be replaced by a robot. It can't be replaced by a piece of metal or a GPU or a processor or the cloud or whatever it might be. These are tools. These are tools to empower you. These are tools for you to create the future. These are tools for you to disrupt and innovate. Think about the internet in the 90s, before social media, before internet banking, before apps. That's where we are with generative AI. You can create the future. We have the foundational layer. The application layer is wide open playing field. So remember you are human. Remember connecting with each other is your key to staying relevant. Focus on those skills and disrupt, and the world is your oyster.
So I love that. It's not a or, it's an and scenario. It's about starving your distractions and being focused but not afraid of what you fear. And with that, remember, we are all human first. Please come find the panel during the course of today and this evening. Lavina will be here later. Thank you, ladies. You were wonderful. They are very real. You can come touch and feel them in the spaces. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to take a photo? No. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Can we give another round of applause to our wonderful first panel for today? In just a few moments, after this next panel, we are going to be having a break, but after the discussion here, I was just inspired to make a confession. Actually, I'm not real. I'm an AI-generated hologram. I'm actually down the road sipping on a mimosa and getting a pedi. But I will be back after the break, the real me, not the generated AI. We've got another panel coming up, and I'm incredibly excited to have them unpack. The topic for this next panel is Bridging the Gap, Women in Data, Women and in Tech can unite and drive greater value for organizations. This panel specifically is here to speak on the synergies between women in data and women in tech. Now, recently, ABSA had a Women in Data hackathon, and it was conducted in partnership with Microsoft, and it showcased the strong collaboration between data and technology to achieve meaningful outcomes. Now, these experiences have really laid the foundation for why this panel discussion is important. I'd like to draw your attention to the stage as I'm going to be welcoming the panelists. Thereafter, we will be having our tea break. So let's give it just a few minutes, ladies, and the sprinkle of gents. To the stage, I'd like to invite our panelists, Anna Nascimento, the head of digital adoption for ABSA Everyday Banking, with a strong background in retail banking and data enablement and management. Previously, she served as the head of strategic data and enablement and leading other roles in ABSA's product houses. As the chair of Women in Data and the co-chair of Women Ignite Network, Anna is committed to empowering women in the corporate world and also in the data sector. I'd also like to invite to the stage Crystal Sampson. She is the head of data strategy and engagement in the Group Chief Analytics Office at ABSA. Crystal has 15 years experience in data, advanced analytics, and AI. In her role, Crystal drives the data collaboration and alignment between business and technology teams to leverage data as a strategic asset for competitive advantage across the groups. And then finally, Leslie Ann Snyders, the Executive Information Officer, Data at ABSA Group Limited. She develops and drives the company data, ensuring it is closely aligned with ABSA's overarching business goals and objectives. She is the key leader in implementing and embedding data governance and capabilities, establishing robust data management frameworks, and enhancing data quality efficiencies. Welcome to the stage, ladies, and we look forward to what you're sharing with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and welcome to everyone here. It's quite frightening to sitting at the stage, watching everyone looking at us. We are 3 women in ABSA, but we are powerful women in ABSA. And why I say that is because we sit in different areas of the organization. And as we sit in different parts in the organization, it brought to mind this topic, the topic of bringing data and technology together and how the unity of this creates the value that we seek. So that is why we're here today. Why it was very topical for me in particular is as I launched Women in Data 2 years ago, and as we have transformed it to where we are today, we launched a hackathon, as our MC has stated, a couple of weeks ago, well, actually months. And one of the biggest failures of that first day was the fact that we had not engaged technology in the way that we should have. And then once we did, things started rolling. So huge learning for us is how we partner with technology and that data does not sit on its own. So that's going to be the discussion today. And I think I'm going to hand over to Christelle, who sits as the head of business engagement in our organization. And her role is critical in helping us unite data and technology.
Thank you so very much, Anna. So yes, the name is Christelle, and I'm so glad to be with all of you this morning. It took quite a bit to get out of Johannesburg and finally into the good mother city. And it's great to see so many familiar faces and some new ones this morning. Many technologists in the room, many data enthusiasts in the room, but I think what we can all agree is that we're all trying to create some kind of value, whether that's being a force for good, whether that's trying to create some kind of value for an organization in terms of actual revenue realization, or whether that is finding ways just to do things better. We're all seeking some kind of goal, and we all have that in common, and creation of value being that. What we have learned in working with the teams is that we have got to make use of the technology, as Anna mentioned earlier before, and this requires that we make use of infrastructure, platforms, tools that become available to us, and it's moving at neck-breaking speed. The second we find or feel like we've finally come along and started to grasp or just understand what it is that these things can do for us, it then moves beyond that point because there is constant technological drift, evolution, and it's happening more rapid than ever. What we are finding is that we still have the same problems of old, though, in that we need the right data to support this. That's going to be common irrespective of how quickly the technology moves, right? And so what we are trying to do is to ensure that as we continue to rapidly evolve, look for opportunities to innovate and accelerate while doing that because of all the pace that we're moving at, we're looking to make sure that we are really driving and delivering some kind of actionable insight that actually gives us that competitive advantage. And it means that we've got to get close. We've got to collaborate. So Anna's made mention of the fact that we've got Anna in parts of the business supporting the delivery of these value cases. Leslie Ann also working in another part of the business working on these value cases. I look after data in the construct of making sure we have data and the right rails. So data plus tech and platforms. And together we're working together to make sure we ultimately realize that value.
It makes me just think about the other panelist who turned 34 today. I don't know where she's sitting. Happy birthday. But is that not a data issue?
Yeah.
So as we were talking about AI, I kept thinking data and technology can never be separated. Technology is there to scale. Technology is the platform in which to deliver your data in a very appropriate way. So I'm sorry that you got the birthday message today, but I think they got your age right. Well done. Clicking is not working today, so we're just asking them to help us there. There we go.
So I'd like to spend a moment just talking about what it means to really partner for this value that we've been talking about this morning. It means that we've got to really make sure that we bring together the right mix of skills to actually reap these benefits that we're trying to seek, and also making sure that we have all of the right rails. Some of the ladies before us spoke about some of the guardrails we need to make sure that things work. And because we find that we've got all of this constant and ever-rapid innovation happening, we've got to ensure that we're also staying abreast and making sure that we've got all of the right capability in place to support that. So strategy around how we're actually managing our tech, as well as how we're managing our data, as well as how we're supporting our people, are all very critical as part of that journey. And we're going to spend some time sharing some insights around some of the things we've learned around that today, again, in partnership, because it doesn't come from tech alone. We've got to make sure that we are also engaging with the folks at the cold face of trying to create that value from a business perspective. And really what we are wanting to do is to make sure that everybody gets a glimpse today just around what it means and what it takes to get to a point where we can actually take a great idea, take some really good architecture diagrams, and actually unlock the potential around what that idea can actually deliver for us. So we'll be chatting about that this morning and looking to share around the opportunities that we have around exploring new tools, capabilities, which are paramount to making sure that we keep abreast of the trends, but also how we get to be proactive about it, because that's the key. We have to be one step ahead sometimes of the business, because, and I'm sure Anna and Leslie Ann can agree, we don't always get it right. Sometimes it's a little late. And so what we're wanting to do is to make sure that through the collaboration, the partnership, and also looking at what's happening across the globe, looking at what's emerging, making sure that we're keeping a stride and really making sure that we can be that one step ahead. And I must say, I recently joined the APSA group. I joined about 7 months ago now, around about March. And since joining, I was really, really quite impressed at how much potential there was waiting to be tapped once we actually started pairing the right teams, the right tech together. And here I must make mention also of the right partners, making sure that we are partnering appropriately to support that. Without that, it's like having all the ingredients, right? You're standing in a kitchen, you've got all the ingredients, but you have no real kitchen to work in. And so today, we'll be just talking about what happens when we start making sure we support that. And Leslie Ann and Anna will talk about the recent experience which Anna's raised now around what it takes to really support accelerating to getting to value through hackathons, etc., and leveraging open AI capability, sandboxes, etc. So yes, to you, Leslie Ann, could you share with us what you experienced along the journey, and what has been some of the observations you've had in trying to support the journey around constant innovation and trying to accelerate with new tech?
Absolutely, Christelle, I'll do that. But I think before I go into the conversation, I'm feeling very inspired by Kanyisa's talk when she told the story where she's from, and my story is very similar. So I feel like we're almost neighbors because I'm also from the Eastern Cape, and I'm so proud to be here this morning and just to let everyone into my story as well. But I'm not going to share a lot, just to say that I'm here, and yes, thanks so much for the opportunity. So just coming back to the conversation, Christelle, so one of the biggest challenges in any hackathon is to create a sandbox that is both secure and flexible enough for any rapid innovation. So we did partner with a few service providers to leverage cloud infrastructure and tools to develop solutions to really improve data quality, productivity, and to ensure that we can try to increase revenue for our business. So this required us to access their infrastructure as well as the sample data. But as they say, it's not easy to balance freedom and control when you're experimenting with AI. And in the Marvel stories, they always say, with great power comes great responsibility. So it's always just being aware where you are and just checking on all of these things. So as leadership, we really had to make quick decisions on the infrastructure while also ensuring that data privacy was not compromised. And in doing this, we had to take data governance into consideration, as well as the data management capabilities. And as we were going through these conversations, I picked up that there was some kind of confusion when it came to talking about what the difference is when we're thinking of data management, data governance. So as you can see on the slide, I've got some construction thing going on there. And I like to make use of this construction example when you just try to explain the difference to colleagues. So what I do with my team is that I always say to them that governance is the blueprint for a building and data management is the physical construction of that building. So what I'm saying, Christelle, without data management, there is no physical building. And while you can construct a building without a blueprint, that being data governance, it will also be less efficient and less effective with a greater likelihood of problems down the line. So all of these things really interlink and come together. Then we also need to include the technological changes as well as managing ethical considerations. So I did make a link to data privacy earlier. And then all of these things then come together. So much like constructing a building, it requires a solid foundation. So technology then serves as the bedrock that supports and handles the data. So our aim was really to extract the maximum value from the experiments that we were working on, focusing on data quality and revenue generation for the business. So from of these efforts, we gained valuable insights into better structuring future environments, which leads us to the next crucial question. Anna, how do you think that we can better prepare organizations for AI-driven futures?
So the future of AI is pretty exciting, and we've just, like I said, heard this earlier panel talk about AI. But I think if you think about Copilot, and I'm not talking about Microsoft Copilot, but if you think about two pilots sitting at the cockpit, they both take the lead in getting that plane across the ocean or wherever it's destined to go. And why I'm talking in this way is because data cannot take a back seat. Technology cannot take a back seat. Both need to be in the front seat of an airplane to drive innovation equally. And the reason why I sort of put that picture there as Copilot, again, not because I'm partnering with Microsoft on a lot of these things, but just so that we're quite clear that data and technology must be partners in driving innovation when it comes to AI or anything else that we're doing. In corporates where we have federated models, we see that sometimes technology has a seat at the table from an executive level, and at times you see that data doesn't. Where you start seeing transformation and innovation is when both of them sit at the executive level. And that's what I'm trying to depict in this specific topic. But back to you, Christelle, in terms of how do we then really make this shine for us, and in terms of your role as the head of business engagement in terms of those partnerships.
Thanks, Anna. So I think it starts with us thinking practically about what it looks like. When we start experimenting, it's all good and well, and I encourage it that we should always try and partner first, because it helps us to understand what's available. We get to explore and experiment. We're doing it with synthesized data or anonymized data, and we're really getting to understand the construct and the capability that's available and accessible to us. We get to explore. Once we get beyond that point, though, which is what happens quite rapidly, because no one experiments only for the sake of experimenting. We usually have a great idea, like I mentioned earlier, and we're looking for ways to really start taking what we've learned and applying that. Is that we need to start thinking about, do we have all of the right components in place to help us begin with something that we can scale and make something that we can run sustainably, right? Within a reasonable amount of time. That's the one key takeaway there. And so, when Leslie Ann spoke about the sandbox earlier, that's definitely how we can solve for the first mile challenge or opportunity, depending on how you see it, is partner and experiment. But beyond that, we need to actually make sure that we have the right infrastructure. So I'm going to talk about a few things. I begin with infrastructure because it often just takes so much time to get it together. It means that we have to start thinking about where all of our data is going to live, what are the regulations that apply, right? And so we have to think about ensuring that we're able to really accommodate often, especially given the context of large enterprises like ABSA, the one we work for, and thinking about our presence across the globe, is that we have a hybrid cloud and a multi-cloud strategy. And we've got the ability to leverage infrastructure both on-premise and in the public cloud across, in some instances, multiple providers. And And why that's crucial is because we're finding more and more that solutions are being made available across the board. Software as a service is now commonplace, being adopted at relative pace across our organization and many others. And they don't always live in one place, right? And so you have to make sure that you are taking into account where the data needs to go, where you're going to make available all of the right infrastructure for your teams to come and be able to do the great things they need to. And we've got to make sure that these things are flexible and scalable, but most importantly, and I think quite critically, we have to think about, is it fit for purpose, but is it also future fit? So I've made mention of the fact that things move really quickly, and it's critical that we try and make sure that we are thinking about not just the immediate, but also thinking about what comes next. And so just recently, we did a piece of work where we actually did a bit of research into what AI data trends in technology will look like in 5, 10, 15 years from now, and starting to apply that in our thinking around how we actually provision and make available this infrastructure. So that's one of these things. But I think the next one, which is quite important, Anna, is, if you could click, yeah, there we go, is we also, while recognizing that infrastructure has to be geared towards supporting access to our organization to support all of these solutions, we also have to think about the right tools, because it's absolutely key. We've got access to cloud-native tools. We've got access to solutions that are being offered by our partners. We have some instances where teams are building things themselves, right? And they're looking for a place for that to go and run. And we're constantly having to think about making sure that we support the right tools across the organization to help the acceleration of a lot of the initiatives that they're driving. And we've got to think quite critically about the relevancy of the data in support of that, because you can have the best model. You have bad data, you're dead in the water, because that's where the real competitive advantage comes from. And Leslie Ann, you spoke about data governance and management earlier on. You spoke about the blueprint, and you spoke about the structure. You're 100% right. You can have the best tool, the best model. Your data is horrible, you don't know where to find it, it's not discoverable, you're dead in the water. So making sure that we're able to get to that point around having what's recent, relevant, of high quality is important, and more now also at high velocity. Gone are the days where people are thinking about what happened yesterday or 2 days ago. They want to know what's happening right now to predict what's going to happen over the next coming days, weeks, months. So we've got to be pretty quick at that. And then we also have to think about the right architecture to actually support shipping out the results of these things, right? And so we talk about having the right gateways and capability to support that. Now, the reason I raise this is I don't just want to share a really pretty infographic with you. What I want to make clear to you is that if you're somebody who's looking to chase value and build something that's going to generate some kind of valuable insight or actionable insight, you're going to want to start engaging early, because these things do not happen in 5 minutes. And often we can't really describe what it is that we need, but if we talk about the end goal and how we want that to be experienced on the other end, so if you're building something for a customer experience, if you're building something for someone in a contact center engaging with a customer, if you're building for the next offer, right, the next best offer, you need to think about what that's going to look and feel like for either your colleagues, your peers in the rest of the business supporting this service, or what that looks and feels like for your customer, and engage with the right folks in technology with that story, because that helps us to make sure that we get it right. If you're just coming to somebody in tech and you're going, I want to build this really cool thing, and you're not talking about how you want that to be experienced, you're missing a trick. Okay, so that's the advice I'd like to leave with everyone on this point, Anna. But yeah, that is quite an important consideration. Really think about how you want that to be felt and experienced. Absolutely critical. Because everybody wants to talk about the technical words. They want to use the jargon. They want to talk about latency. They want to talk about all of these great things. Talk about the experience, and suddenly everybody's on the same page and we're talking the same language, right? Now, the next one is pretty important. And the previous team, I think, also alluded to it. And everybody was talking about privacy, etc. It's one aspect of it. But we also have to remember we're dealing with customer data, we're dealing with enterprise data, and we're dealing with massive volumes of it all the time. When you start out and you experiment and you've got access to synthesized data or anonymized data and you're working with a partner and there's appropriate and sufficient but not extensive guardrails in place, it's great enough. But like we mentioned before, no one starts off experimenting or building something with the intention of leaving it there. You're usually doing it because you want to scale it. And with that, you have to have some thoughts about how you're going to make sure that this is secure. And I've added a couple of bullet points here for everyone to think about, because everyone seems to think about access. Whenever they see the word security, they think about how we're going to secure just access to this application, because you're thinking about the end. But you have to think about the things in the middle. Because we're now building AI models, because we're leveraging what's available to us by providers, there are other aspects of this we must really be deliberate about focusing on and making sure that we're asking the right questions, because vulnerability exploits don't only just happen at the point of entry, right? They happen across the board. And here we're talking about what happens when you're collecting and handling data, not just your own credentials. We're talking beyond that. We're talking about what happens when you actually are developing your model or when you are tuning things. And we're also talking about when we're actually inferring, or when we get to a point of getting some kind of output from this. We've got to think about security as quite important at the onset. So we experiment, but then we must ask ourselves, once we get to a point of seeing value from this, what does this mean for us in terms of taking that then to a point where we actually operationalize it or make it real in production and make that something that lives and breathes and continues to run.
And we work at a bank.
And we work at a bank.
So if we're not keeping that data pretty secure, then we've got something. But I recall when I started my initial hackathon with Women in Data, I think I mentioned it last night, I got an email so long from technology. And I kind of thought maybe I should have just kept quiet, because there is absolutely no way that I can deliver on all of these pieces for technology. But when I started reading it, it had all to do with the security, the guardrails that are required to put in place before we could upload data into Studio AI. And I had a different level of appreciation, because I only thought security was about who in APSA can has access to this data and how we block everyone from having all of this. But I've got a great appreciation for that. So I'm with you on this.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks. I'm going to take you along to a couple of meetings next week. So, yeah, once we get to a certain level of value and we want to scale, we have to think about securing appropriately, right? And these are important, but I'd like to move to the second half of the wheel, because this is all the tech things, and we think about making sure that we've got the right rails and all of the right architects have been involved. We've had all of the right forums. We've sat down. But the other things that we need to think about is how we actually make decisions. So when Anna was sharing with me the experience that you'd gone through around supporting the hackathon, it was harrowing, because for months the teams had been working on what you were going to build. You were looking for opportunities to create value. You were working on who was going to be part of it. It was a great event. It took a lot of organization. And you get close to the event, and suddenly you realize, oh, we actually need somebody to approve something or be part of, or be an influencer for those who are taking decisions around our next step on this. Otherwise, we can't proceed on the hackathon. And I recall you saying, Anna, how it came literally days to hours before the actual event kicked off. So what we have to recognize is that we also have to think about processes and how we actually expedite our decision-making processes, right? So we know that we've got all the rails, we've got to do all of the right things. But we also have to make sure that we engage with the right people early on, because these various role players are quite critical to helping us, like Anna's mentioned now, having looked at the sheet, consider risk, governance that we have to put in place, and make sure that in some cases we comply to particular policies and standards. And while that might sound quite, there was a great lady who was on the panel earlier who referred to some of these things, they are absolutely critical. it's expected that we think about this and we collaborate on this pretty early on, not just for what we're trying to do most immediately, but also for the long term. And why it's good to start early, again, with what and how you want this thing to be experienced, the thing you're building, the great widget. It's important that you share that with these forums up front and quite early on, because we've learned that the best way to go about it is not to start with the sort of last mile around. These are all of the things you have to have in place. We have to think about it iteratively, because you're not going to leap to the solution in one step. Often it's taking, like we say, weeks, months to build something and refine it and get to a point where you know you can trust it, right? And so we have to make sure that we engage quite early on there. And that takes us to the next one, which is around collaboration. And this is where I think Anna and Leslie Ann are absolute champions. Collaboration is vital. And here I believe women in technology can play a really critical role. And it's a crucial role, because we get to understand who the right people are to engage when and early enough, and who to get close to this so that we can drive innovation forward. It's an opportunity for us to actually ensure that the business outcomes that we're looking for get realized, while we're actually also ensuring that we can take this thing from just a few ingredients to a large catered meal, right? I'm using that analogy because I started with the kitchen analogy earlier, but we're taking this from some basic requirements around what we wanted to achieve, and we're actually making that something that we can run sustainably. So pretty important that we have that collaboration, Anna. And then lastly, but not least, and I'm so happy that we have a phenomenal people organization in ABSA. I don't like to call it HR. I like to think of them as people. There's a very firm commitment to investment in the right learnerships, academies, programs, and this speaks to you from the ground up through from an opportunity to work with young, talented grads, to also upskilling our own current employees around not just data engineering and data science, but some of the concepts and foundations that Leslie Ann made mention to earlier on. And it's really been great to work with the team where the focus has been questions like, now that we've seen what's happening with data, technology, and AI, what does this mean for our roles into the future? Do we need to think about new roles? What do those look like? What would be expected of the individuals who perform in these roles? And it's been incredibly interesting to see that thinking is happening early on enough, given what we see coming the next 5, 10 to 15 years from now. So I've shared quite a bit, Anna, but it would be great if you could share your thoughts with us outside of just the teams who put together and make things happen, execute, as we would say. And just chat to us about what female leadership or women in leadership could do to really support and foster collaboration around innovation.
Yeah, so when I started Women in Data a couple of years ago, my initial thought was, we don't have sufficient women in leadership in the data fields in ABSA. And very fast into the program, as I started to sort of speak to more women, I realized that there are two different types of women out there. Well, I guess there's many types of women. I'm sure the men can agree. You don't only get one type of woman, you get a hell of a lot of types of women. What I'm trying to say is you get the woman who wants to be the specialist. They want to really know how to code, how to analyze. They want to become that data scientist. That is their aim. They want to spend their days in and days out with data. But then you get the other type of woman that wants that, but they're also keen to lead others. And I guess when I went into Women in Data, I thought everyone wanted to lead others until I started realizing no. So I had to kind of take a step back on the Women in Data, and I thought, right, I think these want to upskill fast and furious to become our future data scientists, and there are these that have got the potential to become great leaders in the organization. So I thought, okay, right, there's going to be a different way we're going to drive women in data into the future. I'm going to try and help them upskill them. I'm going to try and get these partnerships with Microsoft, with AWS, and really do some really nice things there from an upskilling perspective. But then I'm going to look at how I'm going to help them with leadership. And in APSA, in the past years, we've always spoken about servant leadership. Being in a bank, how do we serve our customers? How do we serve our own people? Our people are the greatest asset in the company. Until I started reading about inclusive leadership. But I wasn't really paying attention. You know how we start skimming through information because we get so many notifications and we don't really pay attention to detail. And I thought I knew what inclusive leadership was. I thought it was just, let's all get included in this Women in Tech. You're all here, you're all inclusive, aren't you? Do you feel included? Because that's not really what inclusive leadership is about. Inclusive leadership, as I started learning more about it, is every person in this room should have a voice, and that voice should be heard. In order to be an inclusive leadership, you need to hear all those voices. And when you start listening, and when I say listen, I really mean deep listening to every voice in the room, that's when the innovation starts. So when we talk about, and APSA is pretty big in DEIB, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, we're talking about getting the diverse group of people in the room, listening to them, understanding for innovation to take place. So I don't know if you're sitting there and thinking, well, she's saying something pretty obvious. But let me tell you, in a corporate world, when we have 20 people on a call, we don't listen to the 20 voices. When we sit here as all women in a room, and I'm so glad there are men, because I can see the men out in the audience, we can't say that we're diverse if we're only women in a room. So we've got to think about how we take these concepts forward in order to innovate in the way that we do. Just as much as I said, bring data and technology into the room, I'm now saying whoever's in the room, let's listen to them deeply. I think, does that answer that question?
Absolutely does. Absolutely does. Thank you so very much, Anna. And I think it takes us to a point where we actually have an opportunity to ask of you, Leslie. Anna's touched on female leadership. How do you think women can play or be better and able to work with cutting-edge technologies?
Correct, Christelle. And I think just taking it a step back and talking about diversity, and like Anna said, I can see we've got quite a few gents in the room as well. And what I've seen when I came into the space, because I was a woman in data, a woman in technology, and I'm like a woman in data, in technology. So it's just the whole world that comes together. But when I started off in the space a few years ago, and really no offense to the men in the audience, we would all sit in the same room and we would talk about the subject. Let's say, for example, we're talking about patching of the servers because we're trying to avoid cybersecurity risks. And the woman would say, well, I think we should be patching our servers on a monthly basis. And everyone just ignore you like you're not even there, you're invisible. And 5 minutes later, there's a gent on the other side, and he says exactly the same thing, and they're like, yay, well done, such a good point, we're on track. And we said the same thing as a woman, so it's just that diversity and inclusion. But coming back to what I want to talk about is it's really important for any organization to invest in women's skills. So there should be training programs that's implemented, there should be workshops, as well as mentorship programs that's really dedicated to AI as well as machine learning and other cutting-edge technologies. So when organizations really just offer these focused development programs, women in data can acquire the necessary skills as well as expertise required in the field to excel in these fields. So it's also important, if I really just bring it back again to having a secure environment and having a sandbox, to also have a development environment, a UAT environment, because it is beneficial, especially when you're dealing with sensitive data and advanced technologies such as AI. So organizations must create and publish comprehensive frameworks, standards, and policies for data security and privacy. And I know all of us in the audience might have been on so many calls where we're talking about standards and policies, and then someone says, well, the standard is the what and the policy is the how. No, the policy is the how and the standard is the what. But anyway, after lots of conversations, it comes together and everyone is in agreement. Okay, the policy is the what and the standard is the how, and then everyone agrees, and then we put all of the steps together. And then that is what we're working towards, just to ensure that we really have policies and frameworks in place to continue within the innovation that we have in place. So therefore, what I'm trying to say, skills coupled with the correct, secure environments equals empowerment. And one of the ladies said earlier, we shouldn't talk about empowerment anymore. We should talk about women in power, and we should really take our seats at the table, because we are women in power and this transformation is in progress. So the strategies really help organizations to foster secure, inclusive, as well as innovative spaces, enabling and empowering women in power in data to confidently use advanced technologies such as AI. So at ABSA, what we've noticed is that when we empower women, it really drives remarkable innovation, because creativity flourishes in safe and secure environments. So I want to come back to Christelle and really just ask you, like, what are your thoughts on how organizations can create a culture where data and tech teams cooperate effectively to drive innovation?
It's a good question, and it's not an easy one always to answer, right? Because we've spoken about collaboration, we've spoken about just having those discussions earlier on about what it is that you want to accomplish and how you want that to look and feel. But I think if we talk about a culture where data and tech teams can really collaborate seamlessly, the one important thing, and we see this everywhere, is that we have a shared goal. If everyone is rallied around the goal or the objective, and we understand what good looks like, or what good enough looks like for this, what it means to have met this, what it looks like to have succeeded, and we are aligned on chasing that together, that becomes half the battle won, because we know what we are driving towards. So being able to understand what that measurable impact is critical. I now start every conversation not with what is it that you want to build. I ask, what is it that you're going to or seeking to achieve, and how do you intend to measure it before we talk any tech? That's the first question I go in with, and it's not always easy to answer, but it helps us to think about exactly what it is that we're looking to get out of it, and think about how we do this in a way that really supports it, and to rally around that single common purpose or goal. I think we've spoken quite a bit about communication and alignment, but what's really happening, which is really great, and I see a lot of my colleagues here today, is that there's been a lot of focus around actually learning from everyone else who has tried this before and learned some of the hard lessons, and are able to share that with you and help you to avoid some of the pitfalls. So we've seen a lot of collaboration through working groups, forums, guilds, where we've got communities of practice or communities of excellence, everybody coming around the table and just sharing, look, this is what we've tried to do, this is how we've done it, this is what we've used to get there, and these are some of the things that we'd like to share with you around what it looks like to be successful with it. So that's been really incredible. And then I think, in addition to that, sorry, Anna, yeah, there we go, is working with the teams that have a mix of skills. You have to have that diversity of thought. You have to be able to ask the tough questions and test each other on it. So I'm quite testy. It's an interesting role to be in, because I sit in technology, but I hear and I empathize with business around some of the problems that we're facing. Leslie Ann will say, Christelle, it's just not fast enough. Do something. And so I'll go back and I'll challenge, and we say, okay, we know that we want to get here. We know that this is what the absolute nirvana looks like in that beautiful architecture. But how do we actually take iterative steps towards getting there so we can converge and look at what you've done now and reuse parts of that to help continue accelerating and then find a way in the middle that eventually leads us to the absolute end state. So working together, testing things, absolutely critical, and driving a culture where everyone is safe to do that is central to it. So that's where I would want to leave that one, Leslie Ann, and I hope that everybody here finds that particularly useful.
So I can feel the pressure that we're running out of time, and I'm going to perhaps use this to wrap up our conversation. We could be here all day, but I think one of the greatest thing I want to leave in everyone's mind is the support at APSA that we have in different categories. Number one is the Data Academy that we've launched very recently this year. We looked at bringing young people from the external into our organization for a year, where 6 months they were just learning all the different platforms, the tools, the languages, and then they spent 6 months in the workplace. And the combination of the two really making them employable. We've also taken, and that was more for the data science and data engineering side, we've taken grads for data analytics, for MIBI. We are in our second year of intake. The current program ends at the end of November, where we're hoping to absorb all 100% of the grads if we can. But that is also, a force for good in APSA, in how we take the youth and are able to progress them in some sort of work at APSA. But that's not only the things that we do for the outside. We look after our people internally, and they were also part of the Data Academy, spending a lot of time in upskilling them. We've done data literacy programs rolling out across the organization, where we focus on non-data people so that we can upskill them to understand why data is important to them. We have partnered again. I am not being sponsored by Microsoft, I promise you. But we did Power BI accreditation with our folk, and we continuously do with AWS as well. I think the lasting part is that middle part, is the women in data. You clearly have heard how passionate I am with that. And I think when we started, we only had 20, 30 people on the line. We now have 150 people on the line when we meet on a monthly basis. It is through them that gives me the energy to plow back in terms of how we help them with these hackathons in order to use these environments made available to us for them to play, because as you play, you're learning. So that to me is the greatest piece. But I would like to, at some point, see how these women become future leaders in our organization. And it's on that point that I'm going to end off and just ask that we all do not wait for permission to innovate. We do not wait for permission to grow. We are women, and we need to be taking our rightful seat at the Exco table. Thank you very much for having us. We would have done a proper wrap-up per person, but no time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much to the incredible ladies, Anna, Leslie Ann, and Christelle. We are now going to head into a break. It has already been such a power-packed morning, but we still have so much coming. We've got Tatiana Smith coming up. We've got Mamageti Pakeng coming up. We also have an incredible panel speaking about the entrepreneur's playbook. So enjoy your break, have a coffee for the next 20 minutes, and then we're going to get back into our seat, put that seatbelt on, and lift off.
Good morning and warm welcome to the Women in Tech 2024 Africa Summit. The summit is about to commence. Please make your way to the auditorium. Good morning and warm welcome to the Women in Tech 2024 Africa Summit. The summit is about to commence. Please make your way to the auditorium.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Please grab your seat. We are ready to kick off. I hope you've been able to grab a drink, refresh, and I hope you get comfortable in your seat because we've got quite the program still lined up for you. As you settle down, I'd like to direct your attention toward the screens. Something incredible that we want to share beyond ceilings is an incredible short film that has been created by Women in Tech Global and the UN Women. And it has also won a prestigious London International Award in October 2024. So it is fresh, and I'd like to draw your attention to the screens so that you can take a look at this incredible journey. Ladies, I'm so excited to present a short 15 minutes booster to you and share a little bit more of my heart and what I essentially do. So I'm going to be talking about upgrading your mind and upgrading your thinking. If you missed it when I introduced myself earlier, my name is Lucia Drummond. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm a coach. And what I do is work with driven and ambitious individuals to build confidence and courage. And if you're a pioneer, if you're a boss babe, if you are an innovator, if you are a behind the scenes, but you have great ideas, and my goodness, if you could just get past this introverted lack of confidence, the world would be changed, then I'm your girl to help you build that confidence and courage. So today, I'm going to be sharing just a few keys and tools in the next 10, 12 minutes to help you elevate your mindset. I know we're talking about AI and we're talking about machines and we're talking about all these incredible things that AI can do, but the best operating system that you'll ever meet, touch, is your mind. Your mind is the number one operating system. You are sitting there. I don't know if the men can relate, but the ladies sitting there, you're breathing, right? Okay, men can relate with that. You're blinking, right? Men can relate with that. But you're sitting here, you're thinking about what you told your sibling, your sister, your brother. You're doing what you need to do here, absorbing as much as you can. You're also keeping an eye out on your WhatsApp if a message comes through or that email that you're waiting for. At the same time, you're thinking, did I put the iron off? Goodness, who am I kidding? I haven't ironed in the past 5 years. We're thinking about all these things at the exact same time. Just multitasking. Your mind is doing all of that. You don't tell your mind, blink. You know, your eyes are getting dry. Just blink again. It just does it, right? It does all of that. And you know what's even more interesting? You've got this reticular activating system, a little bit of a filter. It sits right here on top of your spine. And what it does is it tells you to pay attention to certain things and not pay attention to other things. So you don't feel, the gel on your nails. You don't feel it. You don't feel all the fabric touching your skin. You don't feel every single hair on your skin. Are we allowed to say ladies have hair on their skin? You don't feel that. You don't feel absolutely everything. In this room, when all of us are speaking, you don't hear every conversation. There's a buzz, but if you hear your name, you turn around. Someone said my name. Who said my name? In all the noise, you hear your name because your filters are open to that. So your mind is doing all of that at the very same time, making sure that you are not being overstimulated and driven crazy, but you're able to manage what you need to do. Isn't that incredible? All of that happening at the same time. And for ladies, I think we add just a bit more to it as well. We put more onto that load. So your mind's evolving and changing all the time. So everything you expose yourself to starts to shape the way you think. Who's listened to some of the topics today and thought, you know what, I'm actually going to change this. I'm actually going to start looking at how I can include this a little bit more. You've exposed yourself to something, you've paid attention to it, and now it's started to shape how you want to do something differently. And so if you have a lot of feelings of a lack of confidence, if you have a lot of feelings of fear, if you feel this intense boredom all the time, this restlessness, you have to start thinking, what have I exposed myself to? What is the software that I have put in this mindset that shapes my perspective, that shapes my feelings? And maybe my mindset needs a little bit of an upgrade to start having the feelings that I want to have. So what are the very feelings that you want to have? What is it that you really want to experience? Sometimes we want to experience confidence, but we never allow ourselves to actually shape that confident mindset. Sometimes we want to experience excitement and exhilaration, but my goodness, if you dare venture out of my program, my schedule, my routine, oh, this is danger, right? So we have to allow certain things so that we can start to shape the perspective that we want to have. You want to be energized? There's certain things that you have to allow. You have to expose yourself to certain things to feel that energy, to feel that excitement, to feel that confidence. Now, the National Science Foundation in the USA released this interesting stat. They said 80% of our thoughts are negative, and 95% of our thoughts are repetitive, meaning you just have this loop on replay every single day. Did you check the door? What are you going to make for dinner? Oh my goodness, the report must go in. Does that loop sound familiar? Every single day, the same things. Oh my goodness, my mother is calling. What am I going to, right? It just continues going every single day, and you wonder why you feel the way you feel every single day. And so we need to interject, and we need to put something else in that loop to start feeling a different feeling. Does that make sense? So as we start adding these different thoughts, we can start leaning into excitement more. We can start leaning into confidence more. And all of us sitting here, and the thing I like about STEAM women is they're very familiar with experiments. Sometimes I speak to certain audiences and crowds and they don't like change. Listen, I'm in admin. I don't want change. I like my boxes and leave me in it, right? But women in STEAM, women in science, women in technology, they understand. We try, doesn't work, we measure, we adjust, we apply, and then we try again. And if it doesn't work, we adjust and apply again. So that's what I like about you. I don't even have to convince you. You understand. If you don't like the outcome of your feelings right now, then we need to look at the input. What are the thoughts that we are putting in that gives us the output of the feelings? I'm not a very tech-savvy girl, but you like my terminology. Am I giving? So we need to look at what we are putting in. And when we start to look at that, we can start to address it. But sometimes we don't even have that self-awareness because we're just on autopilot. We're just going through life. Earlier this year, and let me take it back a little bit. We've had COVID. I've been speaking for a few years, and I love speaking, and I love audiences. But we had COVID, so everything was online. And there were international opportunities, but sadly it didn't include a plane ticket to just had a Zoom link. But anyway, it was a COVID. It's okay, we understand. And then after COVID, I was like, now it is time just to go speak internationally, do some different things. But at that time, my son was 5 years old, and I decided it's time to add to the family because he's 5. If I don't add to the family now, the gap is so big. 5 years went so quickly. Let's get on with this business. Now, I'm not going to tell you what the business was. Use your imagination. Long and the short, a few months later, I found out I'm pregnant, and it was twins. And then I realized I'm not going anywhere for a long time. So my darling twins will be 2 in December. But toward the end of last year, as we were celebrating their first birthday, I was like, I did my mother duties. It's time for me to spread my wings. It was twins. You know, you can't just leave twins with anyone. One baby, maybe, but twins, no. So I stayed. And then I started feeling it's time to go overseas, and a wonderful opportunity came for me to speak in Paris. And I was like, this is incredible. Paris, me, and not a holiday. It's important that you know it's a work opportunity because that is different milestones, right? Do we understand milestones? So it was this great milestone. I'm going to Paris to speak, darling. And I saw Emily in Paris, and I saw Lucia in Paris. And it was just the fairy tale I've been waiting for. And I thought about Sarah Jessica Parker and how I must have incredible outfits every day. You know, it was all very exciting. Never mind the work I had to do. It was about the outfits, Paris and me, right? And this was a new organization. So it was a couple of phone calls. It's a little WhatsApp here. It's a Zoom there and a couple of emails. And 2 months later, I'm on the plane. I'm on my way to Doha. And in that week, they changed the itinerary. They also changed the hotel. So while I'm sitting on the plane, I'm thinking about this. Lucia, you've never met these people. There's literally, you haven't been to the brick and mortar of this situation. This is just little online stuff. Is this AI? Is this fake? Is this real? What is happening here? And I'm sitting on the plane and I'm like, I'm kind of cute. Maybe they'll kidnap me. So at some point, I finally get to mailing my sister. I send her, not mailing her, WhatsApp her. And I say, listen, I'm like rethinking this whole situation. What if these people kidnap me? She says, girl, you're almost 40. If they're going to kidnap someone, they're going to be 23. Sit down. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. I'll sit down and I'll relax. But in my mind, it was, I'm going to Paris. And then the anxiety sets in. But where are you going to be? Because they have not sent the updated itinerary. All very scary. And in that moment, I had to decide, how am I going to take this thought captive? How am I going to do the very thing I teach people to do, which is sometimes we have to delete and override. There's a file that comes up, and the file is they're going to kidnap you. However ridiculous it is, because in our minds, we say ridiculous things to ourselves, and if we say it out loud, other people will say, like, are you joking? Really? You worried about, we worry about stupid stuff. Oh, my nose is too long to speak. What does noses have to do with public speaking? We do ridiculous things. And in our mind, it's safe, right? But it keeps us trapped. And so in that moment, I have to override. And I sit on the plane and I'm thinking, Lucia, delete and override. Start dreaming about the talk you're going to have. Start dreaming about the people that are going to come up to you and say, my goodness, I resonate. Even with their sexy French accent. I resonate. And I was like, oh, yes, darling. Resonate all you want, right? And I start picturing all these things. And it's me and the Eiffel Tower, and it's me with my croissant, and me with my macaroons. And I'm picturing all these wonderful moments, and I allow myself to lean into the excitement as opposed to the anxiety. And so it sounds very, very simple in this moment. But these are very real situations. And so when you're faced with, can I do the talk? Can I do the public speaking? No, it's not you. You can't do it. Just sit down. Who do you think you are? What do you have to share? No. Let me delete and override. What is the file that I want to insert so that I can feel the feelings I need to feel to do the job that I want to do, to achieve the goal that I want to achieve? And it's as simple as constantly choosing to delete and override certain thoughts that are not fueling the way we want to feel. They're not fueling the energy we need to have. There was a song, I'm going to keep it clean, Big D Energy. Somebody know that song? And I listen to that song and it just gets me in the mood. I don't know what your song is, but if I listen to that song, I'm strutting. You know, even if I have my earphones in, my husband's like, Big D, I say, you know, right? It just gives me that vibe. And so sometimes when we want to step out and we want to do great things, we need to get into that vibe. We need to get into that energy. I don't feel like that all the time, every single day. I don't feel like that when I'm changing diapers. I don't feel like that after my third wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, giving bottle. I don't always feel like that, and that's okay. We don't have to hold ourselves hostage to having the superior emotions of always being on. But we do need to know how to access our on zone, our in zone, our my BD energy. I don't know what it is for you. So I'd like you to take a look at what you've been focusing on. Just a little moment to take stock. How have I been feeling? And when you feel those feelings, just ask yourself, what is the thought that led me to feeling like this? It's so interesting. Sometimes I find myself feeling low, and then I'm thinking, what was the thought? Oh, I got that email. It's actually bugging me. The fact that I haven't sorted it out, it's bugging me, and that's why I can't really focus on what I want to focus on. And immediately when I've acknowledged it, I can now shift my energy. Earlier, I mentioned the quote by Tony Robbins where he said, identify the problem, but use your power and energy for the solutions. So instead of sitting in that mucky feeling, that terrible energy and not knowing why, no, I identify the problem. It was that email that I need to sort out. Now, how can I focus my power and energy on the solution so that I can move on? Those simple little tools just help you make the shift. I want to wrap on this quote, and it is by John Maxwell. He says that change is inevitable, but growth is optional. Things change all the time. I don't know if your grandmother had the same phone, but I used to go visit my grandmother every single holiday in December and in June. That was where we'd go. All the cousins would go there. It would be so fun. We would spend a whole week there. It would be utter chaos, and we only ate Viennas and knickknacks. It was my dream come true. But when the phone rang, we all would run to answer the phone. It was the most exciting thing just to say, hello, Johnson Residence, Lucia speaking. Right? It was so exciting. And the phone she had when I was young had that dial. Do you remember that phone? 0, 2, 1. It took a moment to phone someone, right? You could think about the whole conversation just in dialing. But with every model that Telkom brought out, she was there, that rectangle one. Remember that one? With the square buttons. And then eventually, you actually got the buttons on the phone. So you picked it up and you dialed on the phone. But with time, we all got smartphones. We got cell phones, we got smartphones, we got WhatsApp, and our family started a WhatsApp group. Everyone's busy, everyone's got kids, so we're not spending all our holidays together. But the amazing thing that happens is to connect with each other, to hold fast to the goal, we have to evolve. And so my grandmother started on WhatsApp. And then she started sending emojis. And she's sending gifts. And I was like, what is Ma sending? This is a volcano. And, I didn't even know what her emojis meant, but she had emojis. Point of the story is her family was important to her. Times changed. It wasn't that dial phone that she had, but she changed with the times, and she evolved because she wanted to stay connected. So you have the choice. Time's going to change. Time's going to pass anyway. Things are going to change anyway. Do you choose to grow with it? Or do you choose to sit and stay in the feelings, emotions, and mindsets that may have imprisoned you and your rock star, big D energy that would really love to come out? Thank you, ladies. I do bar mitzvahs and sweet 16s too. So we can motivate the youth, right? We've got our next panel coming up, and I'm so excited to have them here. It's the Entrepreneur's Playbook, which is our next panel. I think this is going to be so powerful because it's going to be focused on strategies for success. And I think as an entrepreneur, you can either feel so lonely or the world is on your shoulders, a little bit lost, but also so focused and driven. So I'm so excited to announce our moderator, Alexia Oosgaard from the Elevate Daily podcast. She'll be the moderator for this session, and she'll introduce all the other panelists. Alexia, welcome to the stage. Nice to see you.
I'll use this for the intros, if you don't mind, and then thank you so much. Thanks. Is this on? Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. Now that we're all ignited, thanks to Lucia. Amazing to hear you share and bring us all back into that zesty energy at this time of the day. It's so incredible to be here and to be moderating this panel on the Entrepreneur's Playbook, Strategies for Success. Now, I just want to get a gauge of the room, because I know the word entrepreneur can be, some people don't necessarily always identify as being an entrepreneur, but I want to know who in the room, raise of hands, is running a company, running a creative project, running some sort of a venture. How many immediately relate to being an entrepreneur? All right, there we are. How many have a side hustle or dream of having a side venture that you would love to start? There we go. Even more in the room. Some are like, I'm an entrepreneur and I have 14 side hustles. And who in here is working at a company, but really relates to being someone who's innovating, thinking outside the box, a pioneer within the organization? There we are. And how many hands up? How many people have tried something new, risked a lot, and, have fallen before but gotten right back up? How many in the room? I think every single one of us can relate to that. So I really feel like this conversation is going to be so insightful for all of us, and I really hope that my intention is that this panel is quite an incredible group of inspiring leaders. They all have a multitude of skills, background, experience in a variety of areas within the entrepreneurial ecosystem. They all honestly are leading massive ventures in so many ways and being beautiful humans in the process. And so I'm excited to welcome them all to the stage now and for this conversation where I hope not only do you get inspired by their wisdom, their stories, their experience, but I also hope that you take something actionable from this. I hope you leave feeling inspired to actually do something and to make a change and to know that you can be that entrepreneur in any area of your life who just simply is willing to do something differently. Okay, so without further ado, I'd love to welcome Catherine Weinberg to the stage, our first panelist. Catherine Weinberg is a pioneering force in Africa's entrepreneurial ecosystem, a Forbes 50 over 50 leader, and a powerful advocate for change for entrepreneurs, for South Africa, and for the planet. Known as the small business growth guru, she is the founder and group CEO of Fetola, South Africa's leading business growth agency, which has propelled over 2,000 SMEs to success. Catherine is continually seeking new and greener ways to solve Africa's pressing issues of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. Fetola does this by helping entrepreneurs start and grow successful businesses, making the world a better place by building businesses that last. So thank you, Catherine, for being here. Sheila Yabo, would love to welcome you to the stage. Sheila Yabo is an impactful strategist, venture builder, an ecosystem connector driven by passion for nurturing high-impact businesses, particularly on the African continent. Currently, Sheila serves as head of ecosystem development at Ayoba, a super app platform for Africa. At Ayoba, she leverages her deep understanding of human behavior and its influence on business to cultivate a thriving ecosystem for startups and entrepreneurs. Thank you, Sheila, for being here. Next, I'd love to welcome to the stage Thea Sokolowski. Thea is a co-founder of Women Who Build Africa, a community of nearly 2,500 members across multiple African markets that has been created to support the growth of women founders, leaders, operators, and investors in Africa's tech and business ecosystem. Full-time, she is also the head of marketing at South African payments company Stitch, and has previously led marketing at BFA Global, Catalyst Fund, MEST Africa, and Meltwater. Thank you for being here. Next up, we're bringing our gentleman to the stage, Will Green. Will Green has forged a successful career with lots of scars as an emerging market tech founder, accelerator, and investor. He invests his energy in advising startups and accelerating Scale Up with CoLab, his family office and global advisory firm. In the past 3 years, Will has worked with over 240 high-growth scale-ups and over 350 founders, and is currently leading a global deep tech and enterprise AR accelerator called Planet 43. Thank you, Will, for being here. And lastly, I'll welcome to the stage Nadia Musaji. Nadia is a serial entrepreneur by passion, an engineer by training, and is co-founder and CIO at WomHub, a unique ecosystem builder supporting innovation along the STEM value chain. She is also an investor, board member, diversity, equity, and inclusion specialist, deeply passionate about fostering female-led innovation in STEM and equitable tech. And, fun fact, in 2023, Nadia was awarded the Most Disruptive Women at the Women in Tech Awards. So just last year, she was awarded that amazing recognition. So thank you for being here, Nadia. So good to have you. Thank you so much. Okay, so as we can all see, we're all here on the stage now. Look, I'm a little bit separated. I want to get a little closer. There we go. We're a family up here. There's so much. Literally, like I said, the backgrounds, the experience, everyone on this stage is someone who's really committed to big change. And something I really wanted to bring forward in this conversation is to ask each of you to share a specific angle, a specific strategy that you would recommend to leave everyone in this audience feeling like there's something, again, that they can do. So, Catherine, I'm going to start off with you. And, you know, at Fatola, your business that has had a proven track record, you have seen firsthand what it takes to start a startup, but also to make it growth-oriented and last. Because let's be real, the entrepreneurial journey is, I once heard someone say it's one of the biggest spiritual journeys you'll ever embark on. So how do you really set entrepreneurs up for success to not only be in the game for a little while, but long-term?
Fantastic. Thanks, Alexia. I saw there were about half the room put up their hands saying that they were either entrepreneurs or they wished they were entrepreneurs. And that's my sweet spot. So I'm just going to, there's this incredibly illustrious panel here, so I'm just going to focus on some key principles, really, for those of you who are either in early stage or who are just kind of thinking. And I did notice that one of my own staff put a hand up to say she wanted to run her own business. So I've seen you, Mitlali. Obviously, as an entrepreneurial organization, we actually encourage that, so that's fine. She's good. So I think I want to just say 4 things. The first is that it's really vital that you align your passion with your business. So it's very clear that somebody that just says, oh, I need to start a business to make money, is very much less likely to succeed than somebody that has really got a burning passion to do something. And they can turn that burning passion into what they do in their day job. Interestingly enough, even when you get to this stage, and we've been in business a while, we often have to go back and relook at that and say, okay, is my business still aligned to my passion? So alignment is really important to begin with. The second thing is that it's vital that you go out and you look at what the market needs. Because what we often do is we say, hey, I'm really interested in crochet. I'm going to start crocheting a whole load of stuff. And then we get there and the market is actually not interested in what we've crocheted. Or in your case, maybe created an app. So the important thing is to really stop and to say, what is it the market demands? Because the one thing as a small business is you can't afford a very long period of testing and trying and being the advocate. It's really vital as a small startup to say you need some quick wins to make sure you identify the market need, and then together with your passion, you're aligning to that. The third thing, again, I'm assuming that you're starting as an individual, as a small business, is really to find your niche. because as an organization, as a small startup, you're very unlikely to be able to compete against IBM or against Nando's or MTN or whatever. And so it's really important that you identify a niche that you can own. And my advice there is that you look at your own personal attributes, your personal history, what it is that makes you unique, and you use that in order to build this niche brand. Then the fourth thing I'd like to say is if you have an intention to grow the business, it's really vital to be building systems. So many of you are from technology, so you will have already understood, okay, that's about technology systems, putting in technology in order to create efficiencies. But more than that, if you're going to build a big business, one of the key systems that you have to put in place is your financial management. So hands up those of you who would really love to do your books, that really managing your finances and doing your monthly books is your number one desire. We have 1, 2 hands. Okay, so that's a typical entrepreneur's thing. The last thing, you want to do your passion, you want to do your crochet, or you want to create your app, and the last thing you want to do is manage your money. But the reality is that if you're going to build a business, you have to be in touch with your finances. So simple systems, yeah, we're getting here, we're getting everybody here is going you're really the one system you absolutely have to have is you've got a system to record and manage your finances. Because as you grow and as you want to access finance, that's going to be the one thing that hits you in the back of the neck if you haven't got it ready. And then the last thing I just want to say, because it's a particular passion of mine, is try to understand the circular economy. How many of you in the room have ever heard of the circular economy? Okay, so I just very quickly, and I know we have a lot more here to go, but very quickly, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been completely blown away by the results we got in our Circular Economy Accelerator. And basically what we did there is just by teaching people the principles of circular economy, we allowed small businesses to grow at double the rate of exactly the same businesses that did not have understanding of circularity. So just by telling people how to incorporate circular economy practices, those businesses grew at twice the rate, same businesses that did not have that knowledge. They increased their profitability by 70%. They added jobs at over 4 jobs per business, and they ended up basically being more profitable, people-friendly, and planet-positive. And so if you're building something, and it's kind of, particularly in tech, and particularly in AI, those ladies that were here on AI, we do know AI is like not great for the planet, right? We love it, but it's like really adding to our climate issues, really hugely draining on, hugely carbon productive. And so really understand that. Get to know a little bit about circular economy, because what you'll find is incorporating that in every business, there's really not a sector that you can't incorporate some of those thinkings, could really completely double the success rate and the long-term profitability.
Thank you so much.
Does that sound good?
Sound good? Everyone taking notes? I feel like alignment, I'm like financial management. We got a lot of amazing tips here. Just one follow-up question on that. How would you define the circular economy?
There's lots of different models with circular economy. I'm a business growth specialist. I'm not a circular economy specialist at all. For me, the fundamental of circularity is design out waste. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? And that's a key business principle. Tell any business person circularity's fundamental is design out waste, that's where you're going. So anything that designs out waste, either in your methods, if you're in manufacturing, maybe it's your redesign so that you're not creating waste or reusing waste, or again, if you're somebody like Google that's creating all of this climate impact, it's about saying how did they reduce carbon pollution. And I just saw the other day that they've just signed a nuclear energy deal, particularly because they're concerned with it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Awesome.
I feel like it's such an interesting topic also in everything else you shared related to how do you create a sustainable business long term? And I would imagine if you're thinking from that circular economy lens, that way on the external, you would operate as a different type of leader on the internal, someone who wouldn't necessarily just have excess tech because you could in your company, minimizing risk minimizing waste on all areas.
So So again, I think what's really fundamental here is that, you know, we've been doing sustainability accelerators for over 10 years. And we found with the previous 2 accelerators, the entrepreneurs are really keen, you know, they're really keen and they're kind of like tree huggers and, you know, they're really keen on their products, right? And the corporates were kind of like interested, but they would never put their hand in their pocket. Something's changed with circularity. And the reason is this thing of design out waste. That just makes sense right across every business mandate. And if at the same time as designing out waste, you can improve your revenue, you can improve your profitability, and you can be planet friendly, I mean, who's not going to buy into that?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for clarifying that. And I feel like that's a great opportunity to invite Nadia to ask, now that we're really looking at this circular economy, reducing waste, that lens, now thinking about another strategy, which is how do we create innovation? How do we honor, and it was brought up earlier in earlier segments of today, diversity and inclusion, which I know is something you deeply care about and are deeply passionate about, and you show in your track record and how you've shown up in organizations. Why do you think it's so essential, and why do you think it gives a good edge for entrepreneurs to be successful, to be thinking from a diversity and inclusion mindset?
Cool, and thanks for that. So we always say diversity is being invited to the party, inclusion is being asked to dance, and the result is belonging. Everybody feels valued. And we spent almost the last 2 decades, and now I'm giving away my age, working with engineering companies around the world to be able to help them understand the value of supporting women in engineering, getting in female engineering and tech talent into their business, and how that could actually lead to profitability. And so before, it always used to be, because 20 years ago we didn't have the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, words like hackathon, and we were running hackathons for female engineering students to be able to get them into engineering. We were hacking the SDGs before it was a thing. And that's how we built our business. But we also hired incredible people who came from diverse backgrounds, because I think a lot of companies like the idea of diversity where you can tick a box, but inclusion doesn't have a box that you can tick. Right? And so your teams may be diverse, but then you hire these smart, incredible, diverse people, and then you go, okay, but we need you to be in this particular role, and these are the constraints. And so you're not going to actually get the value of diversity. And a couple of years ago, I was speaking to a group of C-suite executives, and they had the head of innovation, because Chief Innovation Officer was just a thing coming out. So everybody had to be innovative. So we had a CIO. I'm a CIO, so we've got to be innovative. The CEOs and the Chief Marketing Officers. And I asked a simple question, because the room was 99% male, so it was a bit of a flip to what we're seeing today. And we said, how many of you don't understand women, right? And everybody put up their hand, and I guarantee you, I've done this talk like 100 times around the world. There's always one guy who puts up 2 hands, always, right? And I said, you fundamentally have a business problem, because you're telling me that you don't understand 50% of the population that controls 80% of the household purchasing power. And for me, that's a business problem, because all that's going to happen is smart women like me, and like us in the room, are going to get into creating new companies that actually speak to what the female consumer really wants. We have killed the sedan market, right? The reason being, we went for SUVs because we have to carry the baggage of the patriarchy, the baggage of the kids, the baggage of everything. We need bigger vehicles, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we're seeing that, and so companies that understand diversity, equity, and inclusion from an absolute business imperative are the ones that got to win. And so as entrepreneurs, it's around how do we think about who are the best people in the team. I'm the co-founder, but I'm not the CEO, because actually leading a company and a team, we have an absolutely incredible CEO, Ange, who does that. Actually, if I could choose, I'd be Chief Tinkering Officer. Because I like to tinker, and I'd like to start new companies, and so I get bored easily, right? And so thinking about who in your team, because sometimes you're an amazing innovator, but you actually don't know how to run a business. Bring in incredible business people to run it. You don't have to be it all.
Yeah. I love that you gave us all a new definition for the CTO, Chief Tinkering Officer. Who else wants to play with that one? That's my new role. I love that, Nadia, and actually it brings me to a key point I noticed with you. So when I, of course, was prepping for today, I was checking out all of your LinkedIns and everyone's profiles and everything they're up to, and everyone here is doing so many things. And for you in particular, Nadia's in New York, and she's at 14 different events, and then she's also posting pictures with her kids in New York, and I'm like, what is her secret? How does she do it all? And I think the big question I have is, how do you discern what's a yes for you and what's a no?
So I have 3 kids. I became a guardian to a 13-year-old, so I went from 0 to teenage girl overnight. I'll be taking hugs at the back. And then I've got 2 boys, who's 2 and 7. And I've traveled with my 2-year-old everywhere around the world because he's breastfeeding and we're now a package deal. And for me, there's never been something like work-life balance. It was always around work-life choices. And I think that's the piece here is if we're going to ensure that women thrive in the workplace, we need to accommodate women in the workplace. So we've built innovation spaces. We've got one in Cape Town, Joburg, and East London. In our spaces, we have a lactation lounge. We've got a menopause lounge because every one of us are going to have to go through menopause. Okay? Okay. I mean, that temperature hits, that hot flush goes, our shoes go, we start undressing it, you know? So we've got Menopause Lounge, we've got a Junior Engineer Hub, which is a co-play space for kids. So my kids are usually at work with me, and they've learned how to play PlayStation with VR glasses in the hub, but we've also got STEM toys, so 3D doodling pens. And then we've got the latest technology in our hubs as well, because we're trying to democratize access to deep tech. And so for us, it's around being able to make sure that we're able to say yes, but also create level playing fields for women to thrive.
Yes. Just taking a moment to let that one land for all of us. And I love that you name that there actually are changes. There's certain things that women need and that we have to vocalize that we need in spaces because, like you said, we are 50%, if not, I think sometimes the stats go up and down on whether we're more than 50% or just under, but it's an actual call to honor that spaces have to be different. And I feel like that's a really beautiful segue into asking Thea. I mean, you have worked both in what you're doing with Women Who Build Africa. You've also worked in the accelerator spaces and quite a mixture of spaces funding all of it. And something we were having a conversation about that really struck me is actually that support systems for women to thrive as founders in the research you've showed and shared with me, it's looking like we need different support structures and different systems. What do you find from an ecosystem level, an accelerator level, are those changes that we need to start asking for and implementing?
Thank you. And it's awesome to hear some of the programs that are working toward this and thinking about this, right, in the way that you approach support for women. So, I've been fortunate to be exposed to a lot of women founders and investors, ecosystem builders, and the report actually referring to was conducted by Brighter. I strongly suggest everybody check it out. Brighter and the UK Kenya Tech Hub, and what they looked at was, okay, what are the funding trends between women-founded versus male-founded companies, but also why? Why are we seeing, we all know the stats, right? Depending on who you ask, it's anything from 2% to 5% of funding on the continent goes toward women. But also, let's dig a bit deeper there. So the majority of that funding tends to be for women grant funding. And what does that mean? That means that women have a much harder time after raising their grant funding to go out and raise institutional funding. Right? And that's because there's a bias, not just toward the fact that they're women, but toward the fact that that funding is considered grant capital. That must mean that your business is impact-driven and not necessarily commercially driven. So automatically there's a sort of change in the way that that woman is perceived as a founder, right? So it makes it a lot harder for her to go and raise that money. That's one example. Also, women go through 3, 4, 5 times more programs, like accelerators, like incubators, than their male counterparts. And we have to ask why that is. Because what is the result of those programs? They're not getting what they need, which is access to that funding, to that support, to those connections, to get them from that very early stage to the growth stage. And that's why we're not seeing a lot of women, especially in the tech space, get to those places. And I think, stepping back, let's think about, okay, what are the things that women have working against them and for them the second they decide to become a founder? And this is for women in tech or in business, traditional business. Women, by nature, and of course I'm generalizing here, but this is what we've seen to be true, women by nature tend to take longer to ask for money. Right? We are intentional about what we're building. We tend to spend a lot longer putting our own efforts and money into building a business because we believe that we have to get to a certain place before it's okay to ask. Right? When we do go out there and ask, who do we see? Often, it's a lot of men on the other side of the table, right? And we all know that we have personal biases, that we tend to want to support people that look like us. Not to say that men can't have a gender lens, but that's often the reality. And women then get asked different questions than their male counterparts, which is what we've heard a lot. They tend to be a little bit less confident. So whereas a lot of male founders can go out with a story and an idea and a lot of confidence, women tend to hold back. We tend to bury the lead. We've seen this with a lot of women that sort of presented their businesses at some of our events, where we offer a sort of a safe space for feedback. They'll pitch their business and tell you about all the things that they're trying to achieve, and at the very end of their pitch say, oh, and by the way, we have $1 million in revenue. And all of us are like, well, this is crazy, that this is what you need to start with, right? But men would start with, because that's just how we've been ingrained in society. And so, from the offset, these things are working against us. On the other side, women are often better with financing, better with money. We can make a dollar stretch longer, last longer. So the statistics show that actually women-founded businesses return 2.5 times as much money for every dollar invested versus their male counterparts. Women tend to make 30% higher profits, 25 to 30% higher profits than their male counterparts. And yet, only 5% of the funding is being allocated to women founders. So we have to ask, what's happening on either side, right? And so how can these support organizations, knowing the realities that women are going to face in that market, work harder to prepare them, but also to introduce them to the right people that can sort of get them to that next step. It's not just the fact that they're not accessing the capital, but what comes with that capital, right? When you are connected and have support from an institutional investor, you get also access to their network, right? That's other investors that can support you. That's mentors, that's angels, that's potentially business partners or customers, right? And that can be even more valuable than the capital itself. But when women are sort of stuck in this space where the only access they can get is through programs or through grant funding, they don't have that same opportunity, right? And so I think we need to be more aware of the realities that these women founders are facing and shift the way that we support them to sort of better prepare them for that.
I mean, goodness, there's so many key pieces in that. And I'm just curious if I'm a woman in this room right now who's going, okay, I am ready. I'm ready to go for funding. It's my time. I want to receive next level support. What would you recommend is something to really look for a program that will truly be impactful from what you've seen?
I think talk to people that have been through the program. Talk to any women that have been through the program, right, specifically. What are the outcomes that they wanted, and what are the outcomes that they achieved? And keep in mind, of course, not everybody is going to come out of a program looking to raise a lot of money, right? Maybe they want the support. Maybe they want access to the network. But think about what it is that you want out of that program and do your diligence, do your homework, talk to the other investors that have invested in companies that have come out of that program, right? What is it that they were looking for? What should you have in mind when you're entering this stage of your business and this stage of your career so that you get the sort of outcomes that you're looking for on the other end? And again, whenever you're talking to investors, it's a two-way street, right? Due diligence on them. Do they walk the talk? Are you going to be realistically, quote unquote, a target? Just having your one woman that you invested in to say that you have a gender lens, right? A token. That's what I was looking for. Because the other side of that as well that I've seen is if you're a woman that was funded by an investor that is a gender lens investor, sometimes other institutional investors may think, oh, well, that's the only reason that you raised that funding, right? So talk to people that have been through this experience and that have relationships with these people to understand what you're getting on the other side.
I love that you really named that go and ask. Go ask for help. Go ask questions. I feel like that's such a big trend, I feel like, especially for women in relation to have the conversations about money. Ask each other, how much funding did you get? There's so many conversations that I think sometimes we're so shy to have or to ask each other. Ask men, really get yourself out there and be that person who's not afraid to ask the question. So that really stood out to me as a key aspect to actually ensuring that not only you set yourself up for success, but you will find, I would imagine, in asking the questions, you're going to have more clarity about what you truly want, which then allows you to show up better. So thank you, Thea. I feel like that also really, when I think about support systems, to me that really goes into what something about you, Will, that really stood out to me when I was looking at all the things you're focused on and working on is how much you care about community, how much you really see community as a very key strategy for thriving in this economy, in the African ecosystem, and you live and breathe it. He gets up and does what every Friday, Will Greens walks at Lion's Head at 5:55 a.m. to create conversations with entrepreneurs. So I'd be so curious from your lens, why is it so essential right now that we build communities, and communities that like we're really passionate about too?
I was at the Women in Tech event at Bloomingdale about 2 years ago, and there were probably about 50 of us. I was the only male there, sitting on a panel, and everyone was saying, you know, let's go girls, and Will. And it's amazing to see so many other guys here, and how much this community, Women in Tech, has grown. So I think we are sitting within a community. And I'm incredibly passionate, and as an advisory board member of Women in Tech in South Africa, very proud of the work that the team does. So well done, team. I think from a community point of view, I'm an academic scientist, and I've got these hypotheses. I really believe that the future of company building is really premised on building community first. And speaking of going out and discovering what the market needs, you know, there's no better way than creating a community around that to make it a lot easier so that your community becomes your customers. So, like any good entrepreneur, I started my 8th endeavor. I joke that it's a step tech, which is Will's Green Walk, and I was obviously a bit frustrated, as every entrepreneur is, to create connections in an ecosystem, and as opposed to having these kind of fake connections online. So I basically enjoy walking in nature. It's very good for, obviously, mental health for founders. And literally, it's pretty simple. I'm always going to be there at 5:55 a.m. Everyone remembers that. Everyone says, is it going to change when it's summer with the sunrise? But come rain or shine, we're there. And it's just a great way to build community. So I've done over 71 hikes. There's been about over 500 odd people, so double this room of people who have walked up the mountain with me. Some of them for the first time, who have overcome this kind of fear of heights. So I think it is really just about having like that frustration yourself. I don't particularly like organizing coffee meetings, and it's a great way to meet like-minded people. But I think what's quite interesting, people always ask, you know, how do I get invited? Especially the females who want to join. And I said, listen, you just have to ask and show up. And I think it's like a good way for everyone in this room to do that, to ask for the help and to show up. And effectively, you will get to where you want to go. So I also think that having worked with many founders and entrepreneurs, it really, building a community is your support network. There's a stat for any entrepreneurs in the room. Put up your hands. Who are the entrepreneurs? Let's go. Entrepreneurs, side hustlers, hands up. You know, we're 72% more likely to have mental health issues.
Sorry.
So we are the crazy ones. So hence why having a community to support you is so vital. So I think, in summary, just for me, it is really about connecting people. I'm a connector, and I really like the fact that an example of that is Titan, one of the sponsors here. I posted something on LinkedIn. Paul, who's in the audience there, spoke to his wife Gretchen, and they became on as a sponsor. So that's a tangible way in which you can sort of be intentional and actually create some impact. So it really is just about executing, and the definition of entrepreneur is to actually undertake financial risk in the hope of profit. And I think with Abs in the room, the definition of an entrepreneur, who are so vital in this ecosystem where 80% of the GDP is with corporates, but only 20% of the jobs. 80% of the jobs sit in SMEs. Yep. So it's vitally important to have the entrepreneurs in the room, and the definition of an entrepreneur is to undertake your reputational risk in the hope of promotion. So I applaud all those entrepreneurs and innovators who are making it easier for entrepreneurs to actually access opportunities to grow the economy and to grow jobs for South Africa and for Africa.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you to our entrepreneurs in the room. You really do have a significant role, as Will said, in so many ways. And Will, I really like that you kind of brought your experience into the room and naming that. What if everyone in this room just assumed that they were wanted? Like, what if instead of, I think it's so natural to kind of assume or to question ourselves and to go, well, do I need to receive an invite, like you said? What if you just asked and assumed that you were wanted in the space and that you bring value into the space? Because I'm sure you've seen, Will, with your walks, you have this idea of what a walk's going to be, but every single person who shows up for that walk adds their own interesting insight that it would never be the same if that one person didn't just choose to say, I want to be there.
And it's fascinating. The stories, you almost like, they challenge you, because in South Africa, we've got these amazing stories. Kanyisa's story about her journey, those are so unique. And as entrepreneurs, I would encourage you to embrace those challenges that you've got and really tell your story, because that's what's very unique about South Africa and Africa. Is we've got these incredible challenges. Talking of funding, Africa only receives 1% of all VC, but, we are 17% of the world population, 14% of the world GDP. So there's a gap there. So building as entrepreneurs, I've worked in some global accelerators and programs and met many entrepreneurs. South African and African entrepreneurs are incredibly excellent. We don't acknowledge that because there isn't any funding. You are building a business with revenue and customers and delighting them. And that's just a final point on that. I can talk about this forever, but I'll give my... And apologies for the alarm. That was actually an alarm to go pick up my son from school.
We'll forgive you for that. And yeah, thank you for really bringing that point home in general about the power of community and how big of a strategy it is, and not only for ourselves to feel like we get to be a part of the community we create, but also the long-term impact. And I feel like that's such a great way to then zoom out into something you care about so deeply, Sheila. It's such a big part of your passion is the African ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and what it takes to really create that. What do you find that these ecosystems really support women in particular with moving through the glass ceilings, breaking through barriers? What do they really create in people's lives?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I was actually sitting, I'm like, everyone here has said the same exact thing that I thought I was going to say, so what happens now? But, it's very similar to actually what Will has spoken about. What we call an ecosystem is exactly that. It's a system, and for it to work, the different levers or areas of excellence need to function and work together. I am deeply passionate about what Africa has to serve. I often listen to people when when you are in the US, it's like, oh, is it real that you guys do X, Y, Z and all of that? There's issues and problems. And I'm like, no, ma'am, we actually don't sit with the animals. We have internet, we are tech savvy, as you can see, and there's so many, there's a lot of IP actually that comes out of Africa. I think that we are getting there as an ecosystem, and once again, this is very cliched. Africa is not a country. There's so many different things and nuances for each and every country. For instance, if you look at South Africa, which when you compare to the other ecosystems, we are getting there. It's still very fragmented, but as I said, there's actually a quotation that I like. I think it's a Chinese proverb, but now they say it's by someone. But basically it says that we cross the river by feeling for stones. And if you picture that, it's exactly what we are doing right now as an ecosystem, saying we have a goal to ensure that entrepreneurs thrive, I'm bullish about women entrepreneurs, and I've said it before because I've seen the struggles that we go through. I've had many failed businesses. That's a story for another day, but there's so many lessons that you learn. And as an ecosystem builder, what I always do is exactly that. Go into these rooms, go into these programs, and see what is not working. And once again, the ecosystem can work, but if people are not feeling included, and we just spoke now about, everyone has been talking about just ask, it's hard to ask, especially when the people in power don't look anything like you. So you walk into that room, you're already feeling small. How do you even open your mouth to ask? So asking requires a deep sense of vulnerability, being okay with not knowing, being okay with saying, you know what, I'm a specialist in this, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm looking for someone to help me with X, Y, Z. It takes a deep, letting go of the ego, but also just being okay with, I don't know. I say it all the time when people ask me things. I'm like, wait, I'll get back to you. I think I know someone that might know X, Y, Z. But then to, I think, make it practical, there's so many support in the ecosystem for specifically now women, because we know the challenges. I'm not going to repeat what the panel has said. But most of the time, it's also access to information. Sometimes the opportunities are there, but they're not reaching the targeted audience because someone thought, they'll find us on, I don't know, Google Ads, but you're targeting people in Philippi who might not have the internet, who might not have, even like the, what do they call it, WhatsApp data, where you go in and there. So I guess the information is there, the support is there. I think we are running out of time, so I just want to say, what I've seen work is, sharing information with people, online, wherever, communities. The other thing is when you are deep in the problem, you see that this is a problem, then you get out of it. Often we forget that we were once there, and we're like, why are you asking me so many questions? There's so many people asking me this. I don't want to mentor anyone. I'm tired, all of that. So I just want to challenge everyone here to still pave it forward in your own little way. For me, especially for women in leadership, what I always do, I force collaborate. I'm like, listen, you said you're going to do this, so we're going to do this thing. And I'm very bullish about, if I'm designing a program, I want it to be at least 50% women. If there's a supplier who tells me, no, we can't find women, we can't do this, I'm like, go back to the drawing board. There's so many women waiting for this opportunity. And once again, I think it's just being comfortable and being okay with being seen as, oh, you are so pushy, you are so this, because people will always say that. But at the end of the day, you know that you know where these women are, you have been there before, and in your own little power, and we always think that it's very little power, but I always say that there's a ripple effect. So you sitting in a boardroom and saying, we're going to do this, I'm not asking you, we are doing this. They might say no, but there's a seed that is planted. And that is how we build thriving ecosystems. It's just like being okay, being vulnerable, and what did I say? Crossing the ocean by feeling for stones.
Nice, lovely.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sheila. I feel like it's just even reassuring to realize we're not here doing it by ourselves. Like, to really let that land. I know it can be so, I feel like, to Will's point about the mental health struggle of being an entrepreneur, what if everyone here could just get to that place of like, right, how can I lean on? How can I ask for support? How can I even name what you named? Know that I don't know certain things, and who do I ask? Where do I go? How do I trust my ecosystem? There's always an answer if I'm just bold enough to find it. So thank you to each and every one of you for bringing your incredible stories and wisdom, and I think we all received some very practical insights. I'd love to just give an invitation for everyone to take a moment to think about what's just one specific action you're going to be committed to taking from these strategies you heard here, whether it's really getting to be a good friend with your numbers in the finance side, being an active member of paying it forward, being part of the ecosystem, whether that's really not being afraid to look into and ask people questions about being a part of different accelerator programs and getting that support, being that one who gateways a community, actually being the person who's not afraid to create the ritual and show up, maybe even just for yourself as you first build it. And as Nadia shared, how do we really honor the power of creating diverse spaces that honor inclusivity and belonging? And how do we let that start with ourselves? So thank you to each and every one of you. It's been incredible to be in this incredible discussion with all of you, and I hope you all receive something deep and meaningful, and that this gives you something that gives a little extra pep in your step on your entrepreneurial journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. Wait, I'll give you flowers now.
Are you going to bring the podium? Yeah, when they're done with the photo, then can you bring it in? Lean in for the next. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Awesome. Another round. Another round of applause for this phenomenal panel. So I think if we couple it together and you use your confident energy to start asking questions for research, but then also questions to enter the room and get the support that you need and build the community that you need, my goodness, the sky's the limit. We've got an incredible speaker coming up next, and the topic for this next speaker is the future of education. I think we all can agree that education is a key part in progression, in taking territory, taking ground, and achieving. So our speaker, who I'm going to be introducing, is a CEO, is a speaker, is a board member. But wait, there's more. She is a global winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2023. She's the first woman to achieve her PhD in mathematics. I think that needs a round of applause. Professor Mamokgethi Phakeng began her term as the office of Vice Chancellor at the University of Cape Town on the July 2018. She was also serving as the DVC for Research and Internationalization since January 2017. Before, she served as the Vice Principal for Research and Innovation at the University of South Africa for 5 years, after serving her 3 years as the Dean of College of Science and Engineering and Technology at the same university. She holds her PhD in mathematics education from Wits University and is one of the leading scholars in mathematics education globally. Welcome to the stage. We are so honored to have you here, Mamokgethi Phakeng.
Thank you. With a body like yours, how can you not be confident? Good morning. Every time people hear that I've studied mathematics, they almost want to bow down. They want to say amazing things. They think I'm smart. And I'm not the only one. But of course, the next thing they hear is that I started school under a tree in a village of Marapiani, far away, somewhere between Limpopo, Northwest, and Gauteng, where they meet. And Mpumalanga, where that meets. A village, when you drive and drive and drive, just before you get to the end of the world, there's a little village that pops up, and all the roads are dusty. And it was a long walk to primary school, and I've been to 8 different schools in my 12 years of basic education. And people say, how on earth, how does that happen? That someone who started school in 1972 can actually be able to get a PhD in 2002. How do you build that career in a world such as ours, especially having grown up poor? Well, I want to share 2 things. That's because poverty doesn't mean just one thing. So I grew up in a family where we were poor, but we were materially poor. But we were wealthy when it came to inspiration, to love, to dreams, to imagination. My dad made us feel like we are the best, the smartest in the township. In fact, he said it all the time. My dad, of course, drank too much, as typical in townships in the 80s. And when his friends were visiting on a Sunday, he would call me and my little sister, and he would say in front of everybody, they are very smart. Actually, there's no child who's as smart as they are. And we would be 10, 11, and he would say, ask them anything. And of course, between me and my sister, I'm the one who never wanted to get anything wrong. And so we got it right each time. And as you can imagine, the only questions they asked were problem-solving questions. And what I'm trying to explain to you is believe in a child counts much more than just having bread all the time. There are many children in wealthy families who are poor when it comes to inspiration, when it comes to dreaming big, when it comes to believing in themselves. They're poor. So when we attack the problem of poverty, we should also remember that poverty is not just about having material. Poverty, it's also about poverty of ideas, poverty of confidence, poverty of inspiration, poverty of dreaming big. And we never ran short of that at my home. And that's important, and that we should build. The second thing that actually people don't know is, and they ask me, but how did you choose mathematics? How on earth can you choose mathematics? And of course, I'm a different mathematics major. I was the only student at my university at that time, University of Bophuthatswana. I've already told you how old I am. In less than 2 weeks, I'm turning 58. Yes. Yes, I'm already planning my 60th birthday. Now, I studied at the University of Bophuthatswana, and all the degrees were 4-year degrees. Of course, that's how Mangope had thought of it. I think it was a clever idea, but I'll explain it in my book. I've written all about it. And so I ended up, and in the 4 years, I needed 3 majors. And I ended up being the only student who's majoring in mathematics, but she's not doing a BSc. And that's simply because in my first semester, I failed biology and chemistry. And I got more than 70% for mathematics. And I got to the counseling center and I said to them, I love mathematics. I fail these things because I don't like them and I study them when there's a test. And the truth of the matter is, choosing mathematics was a cop-out. But here's the thing, I had no idea that mathematics is hard. So I ended up being the only girl in our Maths 3, and Maths 3 we were 2, Maths 4 I was the only girl doing mathematics with 9 boys, and there were 10 of us. having started being over 100. And people say, but mathematics, how could you? Well, I had no idea that mathematics is hard. I grew up in a family. You remember that family of dreaming big, where you told you're smart? Where my grandfather told me that you are a mutlana. If you fail a test or something, they say you cannot fail. And they say, because you're a mutlana, you are born smart. Meantime, they don't even have matric. But they told us that we are smart and smarter than everybody, and we believed it. So if you failed a test or you can't do something you thought you can, it's just that you didn't work hard enough. And so you worked harder. And so I said to people, here's the thing. I had no idea. Nobody had talked about mathematics as being difficult until I got to university. Nobody. So at home, the expectation was that you be excellent in all you do. Everything you do, you needed to be excellent. Even if you got 100% for mathematics, if you get 50 for history, you still get a hiding. Nobody said, because you're smart in mathematics, you get off. No. So we had no idea that mathematics is for smart people, it is special. And I think that is one of the best things that happened to me. Many children today do not do mathematics because before they even try it, they are told it's hard. In fact, everywhere they go, people boast about how bad they were in mathematics. Nobody ever talks about how bad they were in Afrikaans, in history, or biology. Well, I was bad in biology. I was bad in biology, and I couldn't do chemistry. But nobody talks about that. It's almost a badge of honor to say you were bad in mathematics. And I'm here to say to you, those of us who talk bad about mathematics, are killing science, engineering, and technology. Girls getting access to science, technology, and engineering and mathematics. Because you say it's difficult, and they're looking at you, or you say you couldn't do it, they're looking at you, they say, and she's doing well. I can do that too. Just imagine, my dad didn't have matric. My mother was a domestic worker. My grandfather probably didn't even finish high school. He was a messenger at some law firm. And they said, you are a mutlana. You are smart. You can get this. And they said, every one of you is going to get a degree. You must. So it was a rule that you've got to get to university. As to where the money came from, my dad said, I will make a loan at work. Even if when they deduct, I get a 0, that's fine. They never told us that they didn't have matric. We discovered late that they didn't have matric. So we couldn't rebel and say, what are you talking about? You didn't even get that. You just went on and do it. And so I think we should do that with mathematics. If you have nothing good to say about mathematics, do not say anything at all. Just like you keep quiet about how bad you were in history, keep quiet about mathematics. We don't want to know. We don't want to know. Now, here's the reason why I loved mathematics. Mathematics has got certainty. And the rules of mathematics, what I learned in grade 1, and I'm telling you this so that you can tell the boys and the girls, especially the girls that you meet out there and working with, so that they are not scared of mathematics. The rules of mathematics do not change. The rule that held in grade 1, in grade 2, is the same in matric, in grade 10, and at university. It doesn't change. The theorem of Pythagoras that you learned in grade 8, you still need to use it the same way you did. It doesn't change. And that's why when I taught matric, and we get to the point where they have to find the square root of -0, and they say it is undefined, I would say, I'll tell you about it. You come after class, after school. I'll be telling you how you work the square root of a negative number. And then I teach them about complex numbers. So I wasn't that teacher who say, it's undefined. I'll say, we can do it. Let's talk about it at 2. And it's amazing. Even those who couldn't do mathematics always came because they were curious. Everyone wanted to seem smart when they get out of class. So let's make children love mathematics. Here's the thing. I always say, I couldn't hold things in memory. I still struggle to hold everything, to memorize a lot of things. But in biology, I have to. The trees, the different trees, I've got to know the parts, whatever. I've got to know the parts of all the bones here, the veins, and the blood vessels. And they're different from the ones on the legs, and I've got to know their names. I've got to know the names of everything on my body. Biology required me to do that. Not only human, plant biology required me to do that with different parts. Mathematics, the rules of algebra, do not only apply in algebra. You can use them in other areas of mathematics, and they apply in exactly the same way. So I say to young people, you've got very little to memorize. And that's why mathematics teaches you problem solving. Very little to memorize. The problems that you get in exams would be the problems that you've never seen before. You still have to apply the same rules. So actually, we should be saying mathematics is easy. Maybe teaching it is hard. But we've got to start selling the idea that girls into mathematics can go. If a girl from the rural area who started school under a tree can do it, I'm sure everyone can do it. Thank you very much.
Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're inspired. You're inspired to go and look at that budget once again. I stand with you. You want to go in? Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for that incredible, inspiring speech. I'm so excited to once again invite Melissa back to stage. And then we have a phenomenal speaker rounding up our day. After this specific talk, we are going to be having our networking lunch. But hold on to your seat. We are listening to someone who has achieved great things. A decorated Olympian, a 4-time medalist for breaststroke. She is the top female breaststroke Olympian. And we have her right here, coming to inspire us, coming to talk to us about resilience. I mean, who other than a champion? About resilience, about grit, and about becoming a champion. Welcome to the stage, Melissa and Tatiana Smith.
I am so honored to meet you as like a kind of a, you know, those moments where you're meeting like a superstar and you think, wow. So you're probably going to be bombarded with lots of people wanting selfies afterwards. But welcome, Tatiana. Thank you so much for being part of our Women in Tech Summit. I actually couldn't think of anyone more perfect to be a part of our summit today in terms of, you know, being a champion, being our most decorated South African Olympian. Like, wow, can we just get a cheer? Do you want to have a seat?
Yeah.
So I want to actually put on the screen just a few of your achievements. I mean, there's too many to mention, right? So we are really, really dealing with someone that has lived a whole career as an Olympian, as a swimmer, as an athlete, like really, just really achieving so much. But we all know that people usually, you boast your successes, you know, you have, you always see the good things, but I know that obviously it is not always easy. It's not always, you know, you don't always win. There's always, you know, a journey to becoming a champion. So I want, and those kind of skills, we're talking about grit and resilience and overcoming challenges. I want to kind of hear your story in terms of how you've maybe overcome challenges, and maybe tell us a story of, or an example of where you had to really, prove that you can do this.
Well, firstly, hello everyone. It's a very different sitting on this stage than being in the pool. So someone was asking me, do I get nervous? And I feel like this is worse than the Olympic finals. So, I've been swimming for 22 years. I started when I was 5. That was just for water safety, and then my first competition was at 8. So it really has been a 19-year journey to be fortunate enough to get the things that I did through my swimming. But like I say, like everyone knows, a heartbeat goes up and down, and that's life as well. In life, we have challenges, and then we have high moments and very low moments. And for me, it was always, there's not really a recipe for sometimes overcoming things because all of our challenges look different, but it's really sometimes not looking at it as just a challenge, and we always know we're going to get out on the other side. It's what we learn from ourselves and the growth in that challenge. And I think for me, the one that really stands out, or the turn in my career, was when I was young. When we're all young and we do well in something, we automatically love something. So like she was saying, if you do well in maths, I love maths. And that's kind of really what happened with my swimming. I kind of, later when I moved to the sports school, I started doing really well in swimming. I must say, firstly, I didn't choose swimming. Swimming really chose me. When my parents said I was going to go to the school for swimming, I said, no, I like netball, I don't want to swim. And they were like, well, sorry, you're going. But then when I started seeing what they saw and the talent, like my time started dropping and I started doing well. So automatically, my passion for it was based on the achievements. Like I loved swimming because I was doing well at it. And 2016 came, and that was the Rio Olympics, and that was never in our picture. My times were really, I was quite off. And to tell you, I was about 2 seconds from the time, and in swimming or athletics, like, it's every little second that counts. So 2 full seconds was a lot. And 2 months before our nationals, I swam the qualifying time, and it was like all of a sudden, plans changed. Now Olympics is in the vision. We're focusing on Olympics, so everything in my life changed. Like our focus changed. It wasn't like Olympics was there in the far future. It happened right now. And going into 2016 trials, I had to qualify at that meet. So heats went on, semis went on, still didn't qualify. So I had only the finals left to now qualify for the biggest dream and goal I set for myself, basically in life at that time. So for everyone there, what I hear in the swimming pool is this when I'm busy swimming. So going into this final, the crowd just started getting louder and louder, and I was like getting more excited, and I'm like, oh, this is happening. Like I've been dreaming as a little girl to go to Olympics. It is finally happening. And I remember touching the wall and the crowd going, oh. And I was like, oh no, that doesn't sound really good. And I looked at the board, and at that time, the qualifying time was a 2:25.95, and my time was a 2:25.96. And I ended up not going to the Olympics. And it was just devastating. I mean, at that time, like for me, because my passion was so driven by the achievements, I just felt like another 4 years, like I have to put in all that effort again to potentially maybe make it, maybe not make it again. And it just sounded so crazy, and I completely lost the love for it because it was like, do I really want to go through all this effort again for maybe feeling the same way, and so disappointed. I couldn't even be around the swimming pool. I needed to take a pause moment. And that pause moment made me had to realize that achievements couldn't drive the passion, but purpose had to drive the passion. The reason my why had to change. I couldn't make my why the gold medal and the thing. It had to be something different, and my why was always to go out there, give my best, and through that, I glorify God and I allow people to experience the love, or His love through me, and the South African love. I mean, people in Paris were taking photos of us as South Africans just because we were nice. And I was like, that's ridiculous. But we just have something to give to the world. And for me, I had to, at that time, completely change my outlook of swimming. I had to refocus to say that I'm not always going to achieve the best. I'm not always going to swim PBs. I'm not always going to, but will I still love what I do every single day? And that's really like the massive obstacle that changed everything, because for me to go into a race, I knew, like, yes, there's the expectation of myself, the expectation of the country, but I just wanted to go out there and give my best, and ultimately the results didn't matter. I was having so much fun, and I think a lot of the times in my photos you could see on my face, I was generally just smiling because I love what I do, and I'm so grateful that I can do what I love every single day. So yeah, that's kind of long story. I'm a very storyteller, so sorry.
That's great. And I think that's amazing. But I also want to ask around your, obviously you have to go through a lot of resilience, because there's obviously a lot of peaks and troughs through as a champion. What are some of your strategies that you use to keep motivated? Can you share some of those with us? Maybe we can give us some tips.
Yeah. I think it's so easy to put the expectation of others, or what we think people expect from us, that it weighs down on us so heavily. I think for me, going into Paris, it was completely different to Tokyo, because sometimes we see the gold medal and the stuff, and even in the midst of me winning and coming back with the gold medal, the world record, I completely fell into a massive dip, and I didn't believe in myself. I sat in races where I thought, am I even going to finish this race? I suck. These girls are so amazing. Like, I'm not going to be able to do this. And to know, like, you're back, like, that's, well, I have an Olympic medal. Like, how do I feel like this about myself? Is to say that we all feel that, whether we win the medal or we don't, like, we're all going to feel that same feeling. And it was so nice, because I felt like now that I won, like, I'm not going to relate to any people, because they're going to say, oh, but you won, like, you don't understand. But even in the winning, like, I had a very low down, and I really struggled to get out of it and find the motivation, because my whole life the goal was to go to Olympics and ultimate, win the gold, and even ultimate, break the world record. So there was nothing bigger in my vision for my life. So when I hit that, it was like, well, what now? Like, I didn't expect to get it. Like, my whole life I've been working to one thing, and this was who I was. Like, if I got it, like, I've reached the ultimate, and it almost felt like making another goal seemed like that goal wasn't big enough. And I couldn't grasp that, and it was really, I had to take a step back and not compare myself to that person that won the whole time, or won that gold medal, because that would be unrealistic. If I kept on swimming PBs or swimming my PB, I would be breaking the world record every time, and I can't put that pressure on myself. So it's really, like, looking back, it's not putting that expectation on yourself, really learning who you are in the process and where you are in the process, and not allowing other people's expectations to be put on you, because ultimately it really doesn't matter what they expect. I know everyone knows I'm going to go out there and give my best, but it's just making sure that you do it for you and to stay true to yourself, because ultimately we want to be the best versions of ourselves, and that's the only way we really impact people, is when we're authentic to ourselves. If we're trying to be someone else, we're not going to touch people like we want to. And for me, it was never about touching thousands of people. If I can sit in a room and someone in this room, one person, can walk out of here feeling that they can do it, and I've motivated them, inspired them, or they can take something from my story, then I've achieved everything. So I just think taking that pressure off, because sometimes the world seems like we have to go at this pace, but we can step out and go at our own pace. It's not what the world thinks, but yeah, figuring out what works for you.
Perfect, thank you. I think it's very relevant in our everyday lives. I mean, all of these sort of strategies that you're sharing with us, I think we can all take it almost to heart and see how we can apply that in our own challenges. So thank you for that.
And I think that's the beautiful thing. I think for me, we might think it's irrelevant because I'm in sport, but sports is my job, and we're just in different industries, and we can learn so much from each other. I learn so much, and I think you even said, like, who inspires me? And it's not one specific person. It's people, the ordinary people that wake up every day, just go out there and give their best every day. I think for us, we have to redefine what success means to us, because success is not winning the gold medal, is not becoming the CEO. Yes, it is amazing. I'm not saying don't have that as a motivation. You can definitely do it. But that is not the ultimate. Swimming is just what I do. It's not who I am. And it was really like to know that and to allow yourself to have those small little goals. You're achieving greatness every day. My gold medal moment is different in someone else's life. It's someone that doesn't want to wake up today, that feels like, you know what, I'm just going to get through the day, at least smile once. If you've done that, you've already had a gold medal moment. So you don't need the gold medal to tell you that you are successful. Like, you are successful in your daily things that you overcome, and that inspires me as someone that goes out there and ultimately just gives your best for the day. And the best looks different. It might be something small, but that is massive in where you are in your life, and I take my hat off. So, yeah.
That's amazing. And I want to actually talk a little bit about mentorship. So, yes, we are women in tech, and we're talking about female leaders in tech, etc. But it's very much applicable in sports as well. So, being a female leader, how can you give us advice on how to better support those that want to become the future leaders? And in terms of your journey, I think you mentioned on role models. What's the importance of mentorship and role models in your field in swimming?
Firstly, I don't think I'm a leader, but I'm really navigating my way through this different journey. I mean, sports, I've trained 19 years in my life to swim. I didn't train 19 years of my life to sit on a stage and speak. So it's really, I always felt like I've been blessed and so fortunate to be able to have the achievements I do. And so many people work just as hard, and I wish I could. I don't know why it's happened to me. But I know that there's a reason, and I've been blessed to bless others and to use the platforms that we're given in each of our roles. One role is not less than the other, and I feel like I have to put myself out of my comfort zone. I'm very much behind the scenes. I don't want to be on stage type of person, but I have to use the space that I've been given to try and make a difference, to try and help the next girl to make her life a bit easier. And for me, it's, use the spaces that you are in. Don't, diminish the space that you're in. Don't undervalue the role that you can play in the space that you are. Unfortunately, the systems are in place, and we grow up where, for example, just a little story, is when I go to the pool, now this new 16-year-old boy comes in, immediately he assumes he's leading the lane. Why? Who says I'm slower than you? So immediately he'll start leading. I will swim myself blue to make sure that you know that I could also lead the lane. And it's not his fault, but he grew up in a system that's made that we are, as women, are weaker, we're slower. And yes, my times, you could potentially, as a 16-year-old boy, beat my times because genetically you have something in you that I don't have, and that's basically just testosterone. And we can perform much better if we had testosterone too. But it is just that's the way how we think in life. So we can't change that overnight, but we can make changes in our daily life. If we are mothers, we can teach our kids to not see women or girls like that, to not go easy. I never wanted, I'm very grateful. My parents never made me feel like they wanted a boy. They never took it easy on me. I don't think my dad wanted to lose against me in the first place. But they never took it easy on me. And it's just something they just assume, or men, maybe some men in general, just assume that we have to go lighter on them because they're a bit more weaker. So I think for us, there's not going to be massive changes, but to know I wanted to prove that in the midst of the way the world is thinking and the way the systems are, we could still achieve greatness. To know that it is possible, but we still need to use our spaces to make a difference, to make it easier for the next lady stepping in. One person's not going to do it by herself. I'll be depleted, but it is a whole community, and that's why we have moments like this where we can celebrate women, because we want to encourage and say we have to do this together. It's not one person that can do it by themselves, but we as a community are much stronger, and I mean, community is what got me where I am today. So if we can just change it for the next generation and feel empowered, then yeah, that's why we're all here.
And you're saying you're not a leader.
No,
I
I'm
can
not.
just say you are a leader. Can we just give her a round of applause? I've got just 2 more questions.
Yeah.
I want to just touch on the topic of mental health, because it was Mental Health Month last month. And we know with gymnastics, Simone Biles, she had a documentary out around how she actually had to overcome mental health.
Yeah.
Is that something that you've come across in your industry yourself or with peers? And can you share a little bit about the importance of just being aware of the signs and how to maybe change your mindset?
Yeah. This is a massive topic, and it's so something that we almost devalue, or there's something wrong with you if you feel a certain way. And I can say I wasn't clinically diagnosed with depression, but coming back from Paris or from Tokyo, I was Googling some of the symptoms, and literally they were just stating, I was like, this makes sense, because no one really speaks about it, and we sometimes feel we're stronger than that, and I definitely felt like, I didn't think that would really happen to me, and when it did, it was really challenging, but what I really realized is that I had to be open to the people in my support system, having the right people in your team, because you can't face it alone. No one says you have to do it by yourself, but sometimes it's challenging to admit that there is something wrong. I mean, as an athlete, we don't want to kind of show our weakness because we have to look strong, we're athletes. And to really say that I'm struggling, I'm Olympic champion, but I'm struggling with this, really took a lot. But what made it easier was that the people around me were so supportive and knowing, and I can speak to them and having them help me, because there are some days that I just can't do it by myself. I need someone to help me and carry me for that day. And that's why for me, going to Paris, I don't know if you saw, I had a T-shirt that said, this is for you because of you. And there were names on there that are coffee baristas, because there were days when I really, really just didn't want to be there and myself, and just the fact that they interacted with me and smiled at me and just asked me how my day was made me feel better for that day. So we devalue what a little moment like that could mean to someone. So it's really treating each other with love, because sometimes you just end up on a plane next to someone, and we have no idea what's going on in each other's lives, but just being kind to someone makes such a big impact. And that made an impact for me to, stand up and say, I'm going now for Paris. I didn't want to. That whole year, I was like, should I go? I was praying every day. I don't think I should be going to Paris. And I had confirmation that I need to go to Paris. I didn't know what that looked like, but through that journey, it was those moments. So I think we shouldn't devalue those moments when we interact with people, because it makes a massive difference in their life and in ours. So it's definitely a topic that we don't speak about a lot, but we should be speaking about it a lot, and encourage each other that it's normal, that it's okay to not be okay.
Definitely. And so the message there is definitely be kind, right? So we just need to, you don't always know what's the other person's going through.
Exactly.
So I get that. My final question is really for you is, what's next?
I know.
Right? I know. So are we going to see you on a lot of more stages doing talks? How can we support you? What can we do? Or what are we, what's next in your journey?
Yeah. I think at the moment, it's going to sound weird just going with the flow. I think I went to Paris not knowing that I was going to retire. So when I came back, it was obviously dealing with the whole retirement from a personal space because for 13 years I've had this strict routine and I've just been completely thrown off. I've been in the pool most of the time. I haven't seen the pool yet. So it's really something that I'm getting used to, but it's using this platform that I've been given to try and tell my story and try and get people to want to, kind of see the vision with me, dream with me. And I've definitely seen the need in women in sport. I mean, women in any industry, but just speaking from myself and my experiences, the women in sport. And just in terms of swimming, I think my vision is to help people love water. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we have 4 drownings per day. And that's hard to hear if you're a swimmer and you love water so much. So it's really providing the opportunities to people to firstly have the skill of water safety that is so important. I don't want anyone to be afraid. I want them to experience the love I have for water, but then, if they would potentially want to take swimming further, I think allowing them that opportunity because we don't find pools in every spaces, especially in the townships, and swimming has been seen as a very white elitist sport, and I think there's so much talent out there, and I can't wait to see the next Tatiana come out of, who knows, Sweden or something. So that's really my passion, is to bring swimming to them and to give them the opportunity to see if they could potentially be the better Tatiana Smith.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
If you give a round of applause, and thank you for being part of Women's Tech Summit.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah.
Thank you. So we are almost going to break for lunch. Thank you so much, Tatiana. So I just want to have a quick moment just to invite all of our volunteers on stage. Please, all the ladies that was registering and that was doing all the T-shirts and that behind-the-scenes footage and all of you guys have no idea how thankful that we are to have amazing women in tech volunteers. So if you can please give us a very loud round of applause for all the ladies. Come up stage. Come on. So these are all women in tech in some way, shape or form. We've got CEOs, we've got lecturers, we've got software engineers, we've got students, we have amazing leaders, we've got recruiters, we've got all sorts of women that work full-time and actually spend a lot of their time working as volunteers for Women in Tech South Africa. So can you all take a bow? And without them, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you so much, each and every one of you. A lot of them flew from Durban, a lot of them flew from Joburg, from Venda, so all over South Africa. And we are looking for more volunteers. I know it's always difficult to manage like what your skill is, and but do reach out to us if you want to volunteer, and we figure out if you are someone that we can use your skills in some way. It's always something to do. So thank you so much. Erika, Walani. All good. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for all the efforts that you do. And we look forward to having a boogie tonight and celebrating. Thank you so much. And I was going to do a bit of a different bit, but I think we are actually running out of time. So I think with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the summit. So if we can all make your way to the lunch area, which, are you announcing where that is? Yes, okay, and that's it for me. Lucia will tell you where the lunch is. Thanks.
Ladies, oh my goodness, what an absolutely incredible day. We've had a day packed with inspiring speakers. We've had phenomenal panels. We spoke about generative AI. We kicked the day off with Kenyisa. I mean, it was just absolutely incredible. And now I know the stomachs are roaring. We're ready for action. So, ladies, you can make your way out of this room, and then you will find your directions to the lunch area. Our team will be there to direct you and guide you. If you are coming to the gala evening this evening, at 5 o'clock, drinks will be served. Please come in your fabulous wear and come kick your shoes off and enjoy your time with us. Thank you so much for joining the summit today and being part of this glorious day.
Hello, and I want to say thank you to our amazing MC, Lucia Jomat, for presenting today. Thank you for, I think she did an amazing job. So if anyone's looking for a good MC, Lucia, she's looking evil.
Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
Certified as a cloud practitioner.